The Code of Honor, or Rules for the Government of Principals and Seconds in Dueling, by John Lyde Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Code of Honor, or Rules for the Government of Principals and Seconds in Dueling, by John Lyde Wilson. Chapter 1. The Person Insulted Before Challenge Sent. 1. Whenever you believe that you are insulted, if the insult be in public and by words or behavior, never resent it there, if you have self-command enough to avoid noticing it. If resented there, you offer an indignity to the company, which you should not. 2. If the insult be by blows or any personal indignity, it may be resented at the moment, for insult to the company did not originate with you. But although resented at the moment, you are bound still to have satisfaction, and must therefore make the demand. 3. When you believe yourself aggrieved, be silent on the subject. Speak to no one about the matter, and see your friend, who is to act for you, as soon as possible. 4. Never send a challenge in the first instance, for that precludes all negotiation. Let your note be in the language of a gentleman, and let the subject matter of complaint be truly and fairly set forth, cautiously avoiding attributing to the adverse party any improper motive. 5. When your second is in full possession of the facts, leave the whole matter to his judgment, and avoid any consultation with him unless he seeks it. He has the custody of your honor, and by obeying him you cannot be compromitted. 6. Let the time of demand upon your adversary after the insult be as short as possible, for he has the right to double that time in replying to you, unless you give him some good reason for your delay. Each party is entitled to reasonable time to make necessary domestic arrangements, by will or otherwise, before fighting. 7. To a written communication you are entitled to a written reply, and it is the business of your friend to require it. Second's duty before challenge sent. 1. Whenever you are applied to by a friend to act as his second, before you agree to do so, state distinctly to your principal that you will be governed only by your own judgment, that he will not be consulted after you are in full possession of the facts, unless it becomes necessary to make or accept the amende honorable or send a challenge. You are supposed to be cool and collected, and your friend's feelings are more or less irritated. 2. Use every effort to soothe and tranquilize your principal. Do not see things in the same aggravated light in which he views them. Extenuate the conduct of his adversary whenever you see clearly an opportunity to do so, without doing violence to your friend's irritated mind. Endeavor to persuade him that there must have been some misunderstanding in the matter. Check him if he uses opprobrious epithet toward his adversary, and never permit improper or insulting words in the note you carry. 3. To the note you carry in writing to the party complained of, you are entitled to a written answer, which will be directed to your principal and will be delivered to you by his adversary's friend. If this not be written in the style of a gentleman, refuse to receive it, and assign your reason for such refusal. If there be a question made as to the character of the note, require the second presenting it to you, who considers it respectful, to endorse upon it these words: I consider the note of my friend respectful, and would not have been the bearer of it if I believed otherwise. 4. If the party called on refuses to receive the note you bear, you are entitled to demand a reason for such refusal. If he refuses to give you any reason, and persists in such refusal, he treats, not only your friend, but yourself, with indignity, and you must then make yourself the actor, by sending a respectful note, requiring a proper explanation of the course he has pursued towards you and your friend. And if he still adheres to his determination, you are to challenge or post him. 5. If the person to whom you deliver the note of your friend declines meeting him on the ground of inequality, you are bound to tender yourself in his stead, by a note directed to him from yourself, and if he refuses to meet you, you are to post him. 6. In all cases of the substitution of the second for the principal, the seconds should interpose and adjust the matter, if the party substituting avows he does not make the quarrel of his principal his own. The reason for substitution is the supposed insult of imputing to you the like inequality which is charged upon your friend. And when the contrary is declared, there should be no fight, for individuals may well differ in their estimate of an individual's character and standing in society. In case of substitution and a satisfactory arrangement, you are then to inform your friend of all the facts, whose duty it will be to post in person. 7. If the party to whom you present a note employ a son, father, or brother as a second, you may decline acting with either on the ground of consanguinity. 8. If a minor wishes you to take a note to an adult, decline doing so, on the ground of his minority. But if the adult complained of had made a companion of the minor in society, you may bear the note. 9. When an accommodation is tendered, never require too much, and if the party offering the amende honorable wishes to give a reason for his conduct in the matter, do not, unless offensive to your friend, refuse to receive it. By so doing you may heal the breach more effectually. 10. If a stranger wishes you to bear a note for him, be well satisfied before you do so that he is on an equality with you, and in presenting the note state to the party the relationship you stand towards him, and what you know and believe about him, for strangers are entitled to redress for wrongs as well as others, and the rules of honor and hospitality should protect him. Chapter 2. The party receiving a note before challenge. 1. When a note is presented to you by an equal, receive it and read it, although you may suppose it to be from one you do not intend to meet, because its requisites may be of a character which may readily be complied with. But if the requirements of a note cannot be acceded to, return it, through the medium of your friend, to the person who handed it to you, with your reason for returning it. 2. If the note received be in abusive terms, object to its reception, and return it for that reason. But if it be respectful, return an answer of the same character, in which respond correctly and openly to all interrogatories fairly propounded, and hand it to your friend, who, it is presumed, you have consulted, and who has advised the answer. Direct it to the opposite party, and let it be delivered to his friend. 3. You may refuse to receive a note from a minor, if you have not made an associate of him, one that has been posted, one that has been publicly disgraced without resenting it, one whose occupation is unlawful, a man in his dotage, and a lunatic. There may be other cases, but the character of those enumerated will lead to a correct decision upon those omitted. If you receive a note from a stranger, you have a right to a reasonable time to ascertain his standing in society, unless he is fully vouched for by his friend. 4. If a party delays calling on you for a week or more after the supposed insult, and assigns no cause for the delay, if you require it, you may double the time before you respond to him, for the wrong cannot be considered aggravated, if borne patiently for some days, and the time may have been used in preparation and practice. Second's duty of the party receiving a note before challenge sent. 1. When consulted by your friend who has received a note requiring explanation, inform him distinctly that he must be governed wholly by you in the progress of the dispute. If he refuses, decline to act on that ground. 2. Use your utmost efforts to allay all excitement which your principal may labor under. Search diligently into the origin of the misunderstanding, for gentlemen seldom insult each other unless they labor under some misapprehension or mistake. And when you have discovered the original ground or error, follow each movement to the time of sending the note, and harmony will be restored. 3. When your principal refuses to do what you require of him, decline further acting on that ground, and inform the opposing second of your withdrawal from the negotiation. Chapter 3. Duty of a challenger and his second before fighting. 1. After all efforts for reconciliation are over, the party aggrieved sends a challenge to his adversary, which is delivered to his second. 2. Upon acceptance of the challenge, the seconds make necessary arrangements for the meeting, in which each party is entitled to perfect equality. The old notion that the party challenged was authorized to name the time, place, distance, and weapon has been long since exploded, nor would a man of chivalric honor use such a right if he possessed it. The time must be as soon as practicable, the place such as ordinarily has been used where the parties are, the distance usual, and the weapons that which is most generally used, which, in this state, is the pistol. 3. If the challengee insist upon what is not usual in time, place, distance, and weapon, do not yield the point, and tender in writing what is usual in each. And if he refuses to give satisfaction, then your friend may post him. 4. If your friend be determined to fight and not post, you have the right to withdraw. But if you continue to act, and have the right to tender still more deadly distance and weapon, he must accept. 5. The usual distance is from 10 to 20 paces, as may be agreed on, and the seconds in measuring the ground usually step 3 feet. 6. After all the arrangements are made, the seconds determine the giving of the word and position by lot, and he who gains has choice of one or the other, and selects whether it be the word or the position, but he cannot have both. Chapter 4. Duty of a challengee and second after challenge sent. 1. The challengee has no option when negotiation has ceased but to accept the challenge. 2. The second makes the necessary arrangements with the second of the person challenging. The arrangements are detailed in the preceding chapter. Chapter 5. Duty of principals and seconds on the ground. 1. The principals are to be respectful in meeting, and neither by look or expression irritate each other. They are to be wholly passive, being entirely under the guidance of their seconds. 2. When once posted, they are not to quit their positions under any circumstances without leave or direction of their seconds. 3. When the principals are posted, the second giving the word must tell them to stand firm until he repeats the giving of the word, in the manner it will be given when the parties are at liberty to fire. 4. Each second has a loaded pistol, in order to enforce a fair combat according to the rules agreed on, and if a principal fires before the word or time agreed on, he is at liberty to fire at him, and if such second's principal fall, it is his duty to do so. 5. If after a fire either party be touched, the duel is to end, and no second is excusable who permits a wounded friend to fight, and no second who knows his duty will permit his friend to fight a man already hit. I am aware that there have been many instances where a contest has continued, not only after slight, but severe wounds have been received. In all such cases I think the seconds are blamable. 6. If after an exchange of shots neither party be hit, it is the duty of the second of the challengee to approach the second of the challenger and say, "Our friends have exchanged shots. Are you satisfied, or is there any cause why the contest should be continued?" If the meeting be of no serious cause of complaint, where the party complaining had in no way been deeply injured or grossly insulted, the second of the party challenging should reply, "The point of honor being settled, there can, I conceive, be no objection to a reconciliation, and I propose that our principals meet on middle ground, shake hands, and be friends." If this be acceded to by the second of the challengee, the second of the party challenging says, "We have agreed that the present duel shall cease. The honor of each of you is preserved, and you will meet on middle ground, shake hands, and be reconciled. 7. If the insult be of a serious character, it will be the duty of the second of the challenger to say, in reply to the second of the challengee, "We have been deeply wronged, and if you are not disposed to repair the injury, the contest must continue." And if the challengee offers nothing by way of reparation, the fight continues until one or the other of the principals is hit. 8. In cases where the contest is ended by the seconds, as mentioned in the 6th rule of this chapter, the parties refuse to meet and be reconciled, it is the duty of the seconds to withdraw from the field, informing their principals that the contest must be continued under the superintendence of other friends. But if one agrees to this arrangement of the seconds, and the other does not, the second of the disagreeing principal only withdraws. 9. If either principal on the ground refuses to fight or continue to fight when required, it is the duty of his second to say to the other second, "I have come upon the ground with a coward, and do tender you my apology for an ignorance of his character. You are at liberty to post him." The second, by such conduct, stands excused to the opposite party. 10. When the duel is ended by a party being hit, it is the duty of the second to the party so hit to announce the fact to the second of the party hitting, who will forthwith tender any assistance he can command to the disabled principal. If the party challenging hit the challengee, it is his duty to say he is satisfied and will leave the ground. If the challenger be hit, upon the challengee being informed of it, he should ask through his second whether he is at liberty to leave the ground, which should be assented to. Chapter 6. Who should be on the ground? 1. The principals, seconds, one surgeon, and one assistant surgeon to each principal, but the assistant surgeon may be dispensed with. 2. Any number of friends that the seconds agree on may be present, provided they do not come within the degrees of consanguinity mentioned in the 7th rule of Chapter 1, 3. Persons admitted on the ground are carefully to abstain by word or behavior from any act that might be the least exceptionable, nor should they stand near the principals or seconds, or hold conversations with them. Chapter 7. Arms and manner of loading and presenting them. 1. The arms used should be smooth-bore pistols, not exceeding 9 inches in length, with flint and steel. Percussion pistols may be mutually used if agreed on, but to object on that account is lawful. 2. Each second informs the other when he is about to load, and invites his presence, but the seconds rarely attend on such invitation, as gentlemen may be safely trusted in the matter. 3. The second, in presenting the pistol to his friend, should never put it in his pistol hand, but should place it in the other, which is grasped midway the barrel, with muzzle pointing in the contrary way to that which he is to fire, informing him that his pistol is loaded and ready for use. Before the word is given, the principal grasps the butt firmly in his pistol hand, and brings it round, with the muzzle downward, to the fighting position. 4. The fighting position is with the muzzle down and the barrel from you, for although it may be agreed that you may hold your pistol with the muzzle up, it may be objected to, as you can fire sooner from that position, and consequently have a decided advantage, which ought not to be claimed and should not be granted. Chapter 8. The Degrees of Insult, and how compromised. 1. The prevailing rule is, that words used in retort, although more violent and disrespectful than those first used, will not satisfy, words being no satisfaction for words. 2. When words are used, and a blow given in return, the insult is avenged, and if redress be sought, it must be from the person receiving the blow. 3. When blows are given in the first instance and not returned, the person first striking be badly beaten or otherwise, the party first struck is to make the demand, for blows do not satisfy a blow. 4. Insults at a wine table, when the company are over-excited, must be answered for, and if the party insulting have no recollection of the insult, it is his duty to say so in writing, and negative the insult. For instance, if the man say, "You are a liar and no gentleman," he must, in addition to the plea of the want of recollection, say, "I believe the party insulted to be a man of the strictest veracity and a gentleman." 5. Intoxication is not a full excuse for insult, but it will greatly palliate. If it was a full excuse, it might well be counterfeited to wound feelings or destroy character. 6. In all cases of intoxication, the seconds must use sound discretion under the above general rules. 7. Can every insult be compromised? Is a mooted and vexed question. On this subject no rules can be given that will be satisfactory. The old opinion, that a blow must require blood, is not of force. Blows may be compromised in many cases. What those are, much depends on the seconds. Appendix. Since the above code was in press, a friend has favored me with the Irish Code of Honor, which I had never seen, and it is published as an appendix to it. One thing must be apparent to every reader, viz., the marked amelioration of the rules that govern in duelling at the present time. I am unable to say what code exists now in Ireland, but I very much doubt whether it be of the same character which it bore in 1777. The American Quarterly Review for September, 1824, in a notice of Sir Jonah Barrington's history of his own times, has published this code, and followed it up with some remarks, which I have thought proper to insert also. The grave reviewer has spoken of certain states in terms so unlike a gentleman that I would advise him to look at home, and say whether he does not think that the manners of his own countrymen do not require great amendment. I am very sure that the citizens of the states so disrespectfully spoken of would feel deep humiliation to be compelled to exchange their urbanity of deportment for the uncouth incivility of the people of Massachusetts. Look at their public journals, and you will find them, very generally, teeming with abuse of private character, which would not be countenanced here. The idea of New England becoming a school for manners is about as fanciful as Bolingbroke's idea of a patriot king. I like their fortiter in re, but utterly eschew their suaviter in modo. The practice of duelling and points of honor settled at Clonmell's Summer Assizes, 1777, by the gentlemen delegates of Tipperary, Galway, Mayo, Sligo, and Roscommon, and prescribed for general adoption throughout Ireland. Rule 1. The first offence requires the apology, although the retort may have been more offensive than the insult. Example: A tells B he is impertinent, etc. B retorts that he lies. Yet A must make the first apology, because he gave the first offense, and then, after one fire, B may explain away the retort by subsequent apology. Rule 2. But if the parties would rather fight on, then, after 2 shots each, but in no case before, B may explain first, and A apologize after. Rule 3. If a doubt exists who gave the first offense, the decision rests with the seconds. If they won't decide or can't agree, the matter must proceed to 2 shots, or a hit, if the challenger requires it. Rule 4. When the lie direct is the first offense, the aggressor must either beg pardon in express terms, exchange 2 shots previous to apology, or 3 shots followed up by explanation, or fire on till a severe hit be received by one party or the other. Rule 5. As a blow is strictly prohibited under any circumstances among gentlemen, no verbal apology can be received for such an insult. The alternatives therefore are: the offender handing a cane to the injured party, to be used on his own back, at the same time begging pardon; firing on until one or both is disabled; or exchanging 3 shots and then asking pardon without the proffer of the cane. If swords are used, the parties engage till one is well blooded, disabled, or disarmed, or until, after receiving a wound, and blood being drawn, the aggressor begs pardon. N.B. A disarm is considered the same as a disable. The disarmer may, strictly, break his adversary's sword, but if it be the challenger who is disarmed, it is considered ungenerous to do so. In case the challenger be disarmed and refuses to ask pardon or atone, he must not be killed as formerly, but the challenger may lay his sword on the aggressor's shoulders, then break the aggressor's sword, and say, "I spare your life." The challenged can never revive the quarrel; the challenger may. Rule 6. If A give B the lie, and B retorts by a blow, being the 2 greatest offences, no reconciliation can take place until after 2 discharges each, or severe hit, after which B may beg A's pardon for the blow, and then A may explain simply for the lie, because a blow is never allowable, and the offense of the lie therefore merges into it. See preceding rule. N.B. Challenges for individual causes may be reconciled on the ground after 1 shot. An explanation or the slightest hit should be sufficient in such cases, because no personal offense transpired. Rule 7. But no apology can be received, in any case, after the parties have actually taken their ground, without exchange of fires. Rule 8. In the above case, no challenger is obliged to divulge the cause of his challenge, if private, unless required by the challenged to do so before their meeting. Rule 9. All imputations of cheating at play, races, etc., to be considered equivalent to a blow, but may be reconciled after 1 shot, on admitting their falsehood and begging pardon publicly. Rule 10. Any insult to a lady under a gentleman's care or protection to be considered as, by 1 degree, a greater offense than if given to the gentleman personally, and to be regulated accordingly. Rule 11. Offences originating or accruing from the support of a lady's reputation to be considered as less unjustifiable than any other of the same class, and as admitting of lighter apologies by the aggressor. This is to be determined by the circumstances of the case, but always favorable to the lady. Rule 12. In simple unpremeditated rencontre with a small sword, or couteau de chasse, the rule is, first draw, first sheath, unless blood be drawn, then both sheath, and proceed to investigation. Rule 11. No dumb shooting, or firing in the air, admissible in any case. The challenger ought not to have challenged without receiving offense, and the challenged ought, if he gave offence, to have made an apology before he came on the ground. Therefore, children's play must be dishonorable on one side or the other, and is accordingly prohibited. Rule 14. Seconds to be of equal rank in society with the principals they attend, inasmuch as a second may choose or chance to become a principal, and equality is indispensable. Rule 15. Challenges are never to be delivered at night, unless the party to be challenged intend leaving the place of offence before morning, for it is desirable to avoid all hot-headed proceedings. Rule 16. The challenged has the right to choose his own weapon, unless the challenger gives his honor he is no swordsman, after which, however, he cannot decline any second species of weapon proposed by the challenged. Rule 17. The challenged chooses his ground, the challenger chooses his distance, the seconds fix the time and terms of firing. Rule 18. The seconds load in presence of each other, unless they give their mutual honors that they have charged smooth and single, which should be held sufficient. Rule 19. Firing may be regulated, first by signal, secondly by word of command, or thirdly at pleasure, as may be agreeable to the parties. In the latter case the parties may fire at their reasonable leisure, but second presents and rests are strictly prohibited. Rule 20. In all cases a misfire is equivalent to a shot, and a snap or a non-cock is to be considered a misfire. Rule 21. Seconds are bound to attempt a reconciliation before the meeting takes place, or after sufficient firing or hits, as specified. Rule 22. Any wound sufficient to agitate the nerves and necessarily make the hands shake must end the business for that day. Rule 23. If the cause of meeting be of such nature that no apology or explanation can or will be received, the challenged takes his ground, and calls on the challenger to proceed as he chooses. In such cases firing at pleasure is the usual practice, but may be varied by agreement. Rule 24. In slight cases the second hands his principal but one pistol, but in gross cases 2, holding another case ready charged in reserve. Rule 25. When seconds disagree and resolve to exchange shots themselves, it must be at the same time and at right angles with their principals. If swords, side by side, at 5 paces interval. N.B. All matters and doubts not herein mentioned will be explained and cleared up by application to the committee, who meet alternately at Clonmel and Galway at their quarter sessions for the purpose. Crow Ryan, President. James Keogh, Amby Bodkin, Secretaries. Additional Galway Articles. Rule 1. No party can be allowed to bend his knee or cover his side with his left hand, but may present at any level from the hip to the eye. Rule 2. One can neither advance nor retreat, if the ground be measured. If the ground be unmeasured, either party may advance at pleasure, even to touch muzzle, but neither can advance on his adversary after the fire, unless his adversary step forward on him. The seconds stand responsible for this last rule being strictly observed. Bad cases have accrued from neglecting it. This precise and enlightened digest was rendered necessary by the multitude of quarrels that arouse without sufficient dignified provocation. The point of honor men require a uniform government, and the code thus formed was disseminated throughout the island, with directions that it should be strictly observed by all gentlemen, and kept in their pistol cases. The rules, with some others, were commonly styled the 36 Commandments, and, according to the author, have been much acted upon down to the present day. Tipperary and Galway were the chief schools of duelling. We remember to have heard, in travelling to the town of the former name in a stage-coach, a dispute between 2 Irish companions, on the point, which was the most gentlemanly county in all Ireland, Tipperary or Galway, and both laid great stress upon the relative duelling merits of these counties. By the same criterion, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, and South Carolina would bear away the palm of gentility among the States of the Union. End of the Code of Honor, or Rules for the Government of Principals and Seconds in Dueling, by John Lyde Wilson. Recorded by Marianne Spiegel, Elmhurst, Illinois, August 1st, 2011.
Part 1 of U.S. Copyright Renewals, 1973, July to December. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. U.S. Copyright Renewals, 1973, July to December, by the U.S. Copyright Office. Renewal Registrations. A list of books, pamphlets, serials, and contributions to periodicals for which renewal registrations were made during the period covered by this issue. Arrangement is by registration number. As renewal registrations are numbered continuously for all classes, there will be breaks in the sequence for any given type of material. Information relating to both the original and the renewal registration is included in each entry. R 554644, War Injuries of the Extremities, by Paul W. Roeder, copyright 20 July 45, AA 488754, Ciba Geigy Corporation, PWH, 25 June 73, R 554644. R 554645, Major Pathology of the Small Intestine, by Paul W. Roeder, copyright 20 August 45, AA 490935, Ciba Geigy Corporation, PWH, 25 June 73, R 554645. R 554655, Landlords and Farmers in the Hudson Mohawk Region, 1790 to 1850, by David Maldwin Ellis, copyright 20 June 46, A 4812, David Maldwin Ellis, A, 28 June 73, R 554655. R 554687, Your Personal Plane, by John Paul Andrews, introduction by Henry A. Wallace, illustrated by Robert Lindgren, copyright 25 July 45, A 188945, John Paul Andrews, A, 27 June 73, R 554687. R 554688, History in the Writing, edited by Gordon Carroll, Richard de Rochemont, Stephen Laird, Aldridge, Johnston and Wow, N.M., compilation in new matter, copyright 25 July 45, A 189389, Time Incorporated, P.C.W., 27 June 73, R 554688. R 554692, Mad with Much Heart, by Gerald Butler, U.S. edition publication, 22 August 46, A 5455, copyright 28 June 45, AI 29090, Gerald Butler, A, 28 June 73, R 554692. A registration entered under British proclamation of 10 March 44. R 554697, A Little Treasury of Modern Poetry, English and American, by Oscar Williams, copyright 24 June 46, A 6967, Strephon Williams, C, 28 June 73, R 554697. R554698, The Heart Has Reasons, by Nona Coxhead. Copyright 24 June 46, A5205. Nona Coxhead, A. 27 June 73. R554698. R554714. Vers la Quatrième République, by François de Menthon. Copyright 14 March 46. AF 1294. François de Menthon, A. 28 June 73. R554714. R554715. Les producteurs de lait. Guide du contrôle laitier et bourrier. Par André Max Leroy, Jacqueline Sentex, and Rodolphe Stoeckel. Copyright 21 February 46. AF 1301. André Max Leroy, A. 28 June 73. R554715. R554716. Kitchener, Maréchal d'Empire Britannique, by Léon Lemonnier. Copyright 14 March 46. AF 1438. Madame Lemonnier, née Renée Legrand, W., and Alice Lemonnier, C. 28 June 73. R554716. R554717. La France bourgeoise dix huitième victième siècles. Par Charles Maurras. Preface de Lucien Febvre. Copyright 8 April 46. AF 2001. Charles Maurras, A. 28 June 73. R554717. R554718. La Maison des Deux Pigeons. Par André de la Tournasse. Illustrated de A. Picode. Copyright 9 May 46. AF 2304. André de la Tournasse, A. 28 June 73. R554718. R554719. Botanique Agricole, by Ernest Chancerine. Copyright 16 May 46. AF 2317. Madame Chancerine, née Jean Léa Demour, W., Émile Chancerine, and Jean Chancerine, C. 28 June 73. R554719. R554720. L'Olivier, Bouillerie des Oliviers et des Grainés. Par Pierre Bonnet et Joseph Bonnet. Copyright 29 May 46. AF 2344. Pierre Bonnet, A. 28 June 73. R554720. R554721. Job, by Paul Vialard. Copyright 25 May 46. AF 2355. Paul Vialard, A. 28 June 73. R554721. R554722. L'Empire du Levant, Histoire de la Question d'Orient, by René Grousset. Copyright 20 June 46. AF 2500. Jean-Luc Pidog Peyo, E. 28 June 73. R554722. R554723. La France de Louis XIV, by Pierre Gatzot. Copyright 27 June 46. AF 2503. Pierre Gatzot, A. 28 June 73. R554723. R554724. Les Équipages de Peter Hill, by René Guillot. Copyright 12 June 46. AF 2507. Madame René Guillot, née Giselle Mervaux, W. 28 June 73. R554724. R554725. Fabre d'Eglantine, Chef de Fripon, by Louis Jacob. Copyright 13 June 46. AF 2519. Madame Louis Jacob, née Genevieve Road, W. 28 June, '73. R 554725. R 554726. L'Empire de Napoléon, by Louis Madeleine. Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire, t. 10. Copyright 16 May 46. AF 2537. Madame Louis Madeleine, née Marie Berthe Claverie, W. Madame Jeanne-Marie Zeller, née Beatrix Louise Marie Madeleine, Olivier Paul Marie Louis Madeleine, and Madame Pierre Joseph Jacques, née Colette Marie Madeleine, c. 28 June, '73. R 554726. R 554727. Ravna chez le Lepon, par Estrid Ott, adapté du Danois per Marguerite Deal, illustrated de A. Pecode. N.M. Translation. Copyright 9 May 46. AF 2616. Marguerite Deal, A. 28 June, '73. R 554727. R 554728. Paris pendant la guerre, June 1940 to out 1944, by Pierre Audiat. Copyright 2 April 46. AF 2619. Madame Audiat, née Solange Buisson, W. 28 June, '73. R 554728. R 554729. Souvenirs d'une ambassade à Berlin, Septembre 1931 to Octobre 1938, by André François Poncet. Copyright 20 June 46. AF 2643. André François Poncet, A. 28 June, '73. R 554729. R 554730. Avec Bonaparte in Atelier. D'après les lettres inédites de son aide de camp, Joseph Zukowski. By Marcel Reinhard. Copyright 29 May 46. AF 2714. Marcel Reinhard, A. 28 June, '73. R 554730. R 554731. Rafales, by Roger Versel, Roger Cretin. Copyright 5 June 46. AF 2727. Madame Roger Versel, née Madeleine Adam, W. 28 June, '73. R 554731. R 554732. Au règne la lumière, by Georges Saunier. Copyright 5 June 46. AF 6479. Georges Saunier, A. 28 June, '73. R 554732. R 554749. NBC and U, August 1945. Copyright 28 August '45. A 189667. National Broadcasting Company, Incorporated. PWH. 2 July '73. R 554749. R 554750. A War Record. The Use of Records in the War Effort. Copyright 31 August '45. AA 492713. National Broadcasting Company, Incorporated. PWH. 2 July '73. R 554750. R 554751. V. Copyright 10 October '45. AA 495657. National Broadcasting Company, Inc., PWH. 2 July '73. R 554751. R 554759. Tikkun Lakorim. Compiled by Fanny Scharfstein. Copyright 15 March '46. A 1719. Fanny Scharfstein, A. 2 July '73. R 554759. R 554766. The Schoolteacher and the Cad. By Margaret Cousins. In Good Housekeeping, April 1946. Copyright 20 March 46. B 14268. Margaret Cousins, A. 5 July 73. R 554766. R 554767. P. Moran, Diamond Hunter. By Percival Wilde. In Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, April 1946. Copyright 19 March 46. B 14429. Dana Marie Ross, E. 5 July 73. R 554767. R 554768. Consuelo, by Margaret Cousins. In the American Magazine, May 1946. Copyright 5 April 46. B 16113. Margaret Cousins, A. 5 July 73. R 554768. R 554769. P. Moran and the Poison Pen. By Percival Wilde. In Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, March 1946. Copyright 8 February 46. B 7316. Dana Marie Ross, E. 5 July 73. R 554769. R 554770. A Pair of Spectacles. By Davis Grubb. In Collier's, September 15, 1945. Copyright 7 September 45. B 691774. Davis Grubb, A. 5 July 73. R 554770. R 554771. The Secret. By Margaret Lee Runbeck. N.M. Preliminary Pages and Page 1. Copyright 26 April 46. A 5007. Jessa D. R. Scallon, E. 5 July 73. R 554771. R 554773. Shoot If You Must. By Richard Powell. Copyright 14 June 46. A 4960. Richard Powell, A. 5 July 73. R 554773. R 554783. Lost Continents. By L. Sprague de Camp. In Natural History, May 1946. Copyright 5 May 46. B 19377. L. Sprague de Camp, A. 6 July 73. R 554783. R 554799. A Letter to Five Wives. By John Klempner. In Hearst's International Cosmopolitan, August 1945. Copyright 1 August 45. B 688596. John Bear, C. 22 June 73. R 554799. R 554816. Little Boy Dance. By Elizabeth Willis de Huff. Artist, Gisela Loeffler. Gisela Loeffler Lacker. Copyright 18 June 46. A 4842. Elizabeth Willis de Huff, A. 5 July 73. R 554816. R 554839 to 554841. Nine Strings to Your Bow, Parts 1 to 3. By Maurice Walsh. In the Saturday Evening Post, July 14 to 28, 1945. Copyright 11 July 45. B 684515. 18 July 45. B 684516. 25 July 45. B 685971. Maurice Walsh, Ian Walsh, and Neil Walsh, C. 2 July 73. R 554839 to 554841. R 554842. Nine Strings to Your Bow, Part 5. By Maurice Walsh. In the Saturday Evening Post, August 11, 1945. Copyright 8 August 45. B 687932. Maurice Walsh, Ian Walsh, and Neil Walsh, C. 2 July 73, R554842. R554843, Nine Strings to Your Bow, Part 4, by Maurice Walsh, in the Saturday Evening Post, August 4, 1945. Copyright 1 August 45. B688406. Maurice Walsh, Ian Walsh, and Neil Walsh, C. 2 July 73, R554843. R554844 to 554846, Nine Strings to Your Bow, Parts 6 through 8, by Maurice Walsh, in the Saturday Evening Post, August 18 to September 1, 1945. Copyright 15 August 45, B688407, 22 August 45, B688408, 29 August 45, B689395. Maurice Walsh, Ian Walsh, and Neil Walsh, C. 2 July 73, R554844 to 554846. R554865, The Love Game Comedy, by David Lloyd Stevenson. Copyright 10 May 46, A3159. David Lloyd Stevenson, A. 2 July 73, R554865. R554866, Voltaire, Dryden, and Heroic Tragedy, by Trustin Wheeler Russell. Copyright 9 May 46, A3160. Trustin Wheeler Russell, A. 2 July 73, R554866. R554867, An Outline Guide to the Art of the South Pacific, by Paul S. Wingert. Copyright 17 May 46, A3192. Paul S. Wingert, A. 2 July 73, R554867. R554868, Mademoiselle's Handbook for Bridal Consultants, by Roby Lyle. Copyright 7 June 46, A3488. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH, 2 July 73, R554868. R554869, Street and Smith's Western Story Annual, 1946. Editor John Burr. Copyright 4 June 46, AA 15167. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH, 2 July 73, R554869. R554870, Hollywood Patterns Catalog, July 1946, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 3 June 46, AA 19418. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH, 2 July 73, R554870. R554871, Hollywood Patterns Pamphlet, July 1946, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 3 June 46, AA 19421. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH, 2 July 73, R554871. R554872, Vogue Patterns Pamphlet, July 15, 1946, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 10 June 46, AA 20044. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH, 2 July 73, R554872. R554873, Vogue Mid-Month Collection, July 1946, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 10 June 46, AA 20045. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH, 2 July 73, R554873. R554874, Vogue Patterns Pamphlet, August 1, 1946, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 25 June 46. AA 20322. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 1973. R 554874. R 554875. Vogue First of the Month Collection, August 1946, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 25 June 46. AA 20323. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554875. R 554876. Vogue Patterns Catalog, August 1946, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 25 June 46. AA 20324. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554876. R 554877. Junior Vogue Pattern No. 3107, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 10 June 46. AA 26776. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554877. R 554878. Junior Vogue Patterns No. 3038-3108, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 10 June 46. AA 26777. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554878. R 554879. Junior Vogue Pattern No. 3106, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 10 June 46. AA 26778. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554879. R 554880. Junior Vogue Pattern No. 3104, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 10 June 46. AA 26779. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554880. R 554881. Junior Vogue Pattern No. 3105, by Ruth Setter Cook. 10 June 46. AA 26780. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554881. R 554882. Junior Vogue Pattern No. 3109, by Ruth Setter Cook. Copyright 25 June 46. AA 26781. The Condé Nast Publications, Inc., PWH. 2 July 73. R 554882. R 554922. Donald Duck, June 16, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 3 June 46. AA 15089. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R 554922. R 554923. Uncle Remus and His Tales of Brer Rabbit, June 16, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 3 June 46. AA 15090. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R 554923. R 554924. Donald Duck, June 17 to 22, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 3 June 46. AA 15091. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R 554924. R 554925. Donald Duck, June 23, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 10 June 46. AA 15092. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R554925. R554926, Uncle Remus and His Tales of Brer Rabbit, June 23, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 10 June 46, AA 15093, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554926. R554927, Mickey Mouse, June 23, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 10 June 46, AA 15094, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554927. R554928, Mickey Mouse, June 17 to 22, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 3 June 46, AA 15095, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554928. R554929, Mickey Mouse, June 16, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 3 June 46, AA 15096, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554929. R554930, Mickey Mouse, June 30, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 17 June 46, AA 16133, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554930. R554931, Mickey Mouse, June 24 to 29, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 10 June 46, AA 16134, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554931. R554932, Mickey Mouse, July 1 to 6, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 17 June 46, AA 16135, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554932. R554933, Mickey Mouse, July 7, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 24 June 46, AA 16136, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554933. R554934, Mickey Mouse, July 8 to 13, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 24 June 46, AA 16137, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554934. R554935, Donald Duck, June 30, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 17 June 46, AA 16141, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554935. R554936, Donald Duck, June 24 to 29, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 10 June 46, AA 16142, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554936. R554937, Donald Duck, July 1 to 6, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 17 June 46, AA 16143, Walt Disney Productions, PWH, 9 July 73, R554937. R554938, Donald Duck, July 7, 1946, by Walt Disney. Copyright 24 June 46. AA 16144. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R554938. R554939. Donald Duck, July 8 to 13, 1946. By Walt Disney. Copyright 24 June 46. AA 16145. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R554939. R554940. Uncle Remus and His Tales of Brer Rabbit, June 30, 1946. By Walt Disney. Copyright 17 June 46. AA 16150. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R554940. R554941. Uncle Remus and His Tales of Brer Rabbit, July 7, 1946. By Walt Disney. Copyright 24 June 46. AA 16151. Walt Disney Productions, PWH. 9 July 73. R554941. R554951. Justin Morgan Had a Horse, by Marguerite Henry, illustrated by Wesley Dennis. Copyright 16 October 45. A 190590. Marguerite Henry, A. 29 June 73. R554951. R554952. Grandfather Objects, but the Readers Won't, by Walter Beebe Wilder. In Doubleday Book News, July 1946. Copyright 28 June 46. A5-3116. Mrs. Harrison Wilder Taylor, Admin DBNCTA. 6 July 73. R554952. R554953. Hong Kong Holiday, by Emily Hahn, Emily Hahn Boxer. Copyright 20 June 46. A4671. Emily Hahn Boxer, A. 6 July 73. R554953. R554954. The Psychopathic Dog, by John Philip Sousa, 3rd, illustrated by Barbara Sherman. Copyright 20 June 46. A4672. John Philip Sousa, 3rd, A. 6 July 73. R554954. R554955. The Beacon, by Sarah Ware Bassett. Copyright 20 June 46. A4710. Frederick B. Taylor, E. 6 July 73. R554955. R554956. Beer for Psyche, by Dorothy Gardner. Copyright 20 June 46. A4971. Dorothy Gardner, A. 6 July 73. R554956. R554957 to 554958. Dignified Meat, Part 1 and 2, by Robert Louis Taylor, in the New Yorker, June 15 to 22, 1946. Copyright 13 June 46, B24833, 20 June 46, B25864. Robert Louis Taylor, A. 6 July 73. R554957 to 554958. R554959. Small Mouths for the Camera, by Roy Chapman Andrews, in Field and Stream, July 1946. Copyright 26 June 46, B27067. Wilhelmina A. Street, W. 6 July 73. R554959. R554960. Infrared and Ultraviolet Photography, by Elliot G. Cranch, N.M., Additions, Revisions, and New Illustrations. Copyright 26 June 46. AA 16984, Eastman Kodak Company, PWH, 12 July 73, R 554960. R 554965, Physiographic Diagram of Africa, by Armin Cole Lobeck. Copyright 1 July 46, AA 21018. Elmire L. Michael, C. 5 July 73, R 554965. R 554969, Virus as Organism, Evolutionary and Ecological Aspects of Some Human Virus Diseases, by Frank McFarland Burnett. Copyright 20 August 45, A 189573. Frank McFarland Burnett, A. 3 July 73, R 554969. R 554970, Dictionary of Education, Editor Carter V. Good. Copyright 30 July 45, A 189075. Carter V. Good, A. 29 June 73, R 554970. R 554971, Introduction to Social Science, A Survey of Social Problems. Abridged 1-volume edition, by George C. Atterbury and John L. Auble. Forward by Louis Worth. N.M. New and Revised Material. Copyright 26 March 46. A 1830. Ruby Atterbury and Andell Auble, W., and George C. Atterbury, Jr., Eleanor Hempel, and Robert W. Atterbury, C. of George C. Atterbury, 2 July 73, R 554971. R 554972, National Interest and International Cartels, by Charles R. Whittlesey. Copyright 4 June 46, A 3272. Charles R. Whittlesey, A. 2 July 73, R 554972. R 554973, The Brave Bantam, by Louise Seaman Bechtel, with pictures by Helen Sewell. Copyright 11 June 46, A 3301. Louise Seaman Bechtel, A. 2 July 73, R 554973. R 554974, The Meeting of East and West, An Inquiry Concerning World Understanding, by F. S. C. Northrup. Copyright 18 June 46, A 3361. F. S. C. Northrup, A. 2 July 73, R 554974. R 554975, Sea Over a Farm, by Robert P. Tristram Coffin, in New York Herald Tribune, June 22, 1946. Copyright 22 June 46. B 22599. Richard N. Coffin, Margaret Coffin Halvosa, Mary Alice Westcott, and Robert P. T. Coffin, Jr., C. 2 July 73, R 554975. R 554976, Seed, by Robert P. Tristram Coffin, in Good Housekeeping, July 1946. Copyright 19 June 46. B 25781. Richard N. Coffin, Margaret Coffin Halvosa, Mary Alice Westcott, and Robert P. T. Coffin, Jr., C. 2 July 73, R 554976. R 554977, To Two Maine Boys Growing Up in Arizona, by Robert P. Tristram Coffin, in Yankee, July 1946. Copyright 25 June 46. B 27136. Richard N. Coffin, Margaret Coffin Halvosa, Mary Alice Westcott, and Robert P. T. Coffin, Jr., C. 2 July 73, R 554977. R 554988, Families in Trouble, by Earl Lowman Coos. Copyright 27 May 46. A 4619. Sarah G. Coos, Mrs. Earl Lowman Coos, W. 9 July 73, R554988. R554989, The A Priori in Physical Theory, by Arthur Papp. Copyright 22 April 46. AA 13041. Mrs. Arthur Papp, W. 9 July 73. R554989. R554995, Our New Friends, by William S. Gray and Mary Hill Arbuthnot. Artist, John Osebold. 1946-47 edition. Copyright 20 June 46. A 4631. Scott Forsman and Company, PWH. 29 June 73. R554995. R554996. More Friends and Neighbors, by William S. Gray and Mary Hill Arbuthnot. Artist, Ellen B. Segner. 1946-47 edition. Copyright 26 June 46. A 4650. Scott Forsman and Company, PWH. 29 June 73. R554996. R554997, Think and Do Book to Accompany More Friends and Neighbors, by William S. Gray and Marion Monroe. 1946-47 edition. Copyright 12 June 46. AA 20084. Scott Forsman and Company, PWH. 29 June 73. R554997. R554998, Guidebook for More Friends and Neighbors, by William S. Gray and Lillian Gray, N.M., Introduction, page 5 to 28, and revision of skill-building exercises, pages 170 to 174. Copyright 17 June 46. AA 20154. Scott Forsman and Company, PWH. 29 June 73. R554998. R554999, Number Stories Workbook, by W. C. Findley, J. W. Studebaker, and F. B. Knight. Artists, John Osebold and Virginia Bredendike. 1946-47 edition. Copyright 21 June 46. AA 20405. Scott Forsman and Company, PWH. 29 June 73. R554999. End of Part 1 of U.S. Copyright Renewals, 1973, July to December, by U.S. Copyright Office.
Words of Two Syllable from the English Spelling Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The English Spelling Book by William Maver. Words of two syllable. Words accented on the first syllable. Observation: the double accent, when it unavoidably occurs, shows that the following consonant is to be pronounced in both syllables, as CO double accent PY, pronounced copy. ABBA, abbot, abject, able, abscess, absent, abstract, accent. Acid, acorn, acre, acrid, active, actor, actress, adage. Adder, addle, advent, adverb. Adverse, after, aged, agent. Agile, ague, ailment, airy. Alder, alley, almond, aloe. Also, alter, altar, alum, always. Amber, amble, ambush, ample. Anchor, angel, anger, angle, angry, ankle, annals, answer, antic, anvil, any, apple, April, apron, aptness, arbor, archer, arctic, ardent, ardor, argent, argue, arid, armed, armor, army, errant, arrow, artful, artist, artless, ashes, asker, aspect, aspen, assets, asthma, audit, author, awful, axis, azure, babble, babbler, baby, backbite, backward, bacon, badger, badness, baffle, baggage, bailiff, baker, balance, baldness, baleful, ballad, ballast, ballot, balsam, bandage, bandbox, bandy, baneful, banish, banker, bankrupt, banner, banquet, banter, bantling, baptism, barbed, barber, barefoot, bareness, barken, barking, barley, baron, baron, barrow, barter, baseness, bashful, basin, basket, bastard, batten, battle, bawling, beacon, beetle, beamy, beardless, bearer, beastly, beater, beauty, bedding, beehive, beggar, being, bedlam, bedtime, belfry, bellman, bellow, belly, berry, besom, better, bevy, bias, bibber, Bible, bitter, bigness, bigot, billet, binder, binding, birchen, birdlime, birthday, bishop, bitter, bittern, blacken, blackness, bladder, blameless, blandish, blanket, bleakness, bleating, bleeding, blemish, blessing, blindfold, blindness, blister, bloated, bloodshed, bloody, blooming, blossom, blowing, blubber, blueness, blunder, bluntless, bluster, border, boaster, boasting, bobbin, bodkin, body, boggle, boiler, bolster, bondage, bonfire, bonnet, bonny, bony, booby, bookish, boorish, booty, border, borrow, bottle, bottom, boundless, bounty, bowels, bower, boxer, boyish, bracelet, bracket, brackish, bragger, bramble, brandish, bravely, brawling, brawny, brazen, breakfast, breastplate, breathless, breeding, brewer, briar, brickbat, brickkiln, bridal, bridemaid, bridle, briefly, briar, brightness, brimmer, brimstone, bringer, briny, bristle, brittle, broken, broker, brutal, brutish, bubble, bucket, buckle, buckler, buckram, budget, buffet, bugbear, bugle, bulky, bullet, bulrush, bulwark, bumper, bumpkin, bundle, bungle, bungler, burden, burgess, burner, burning, burnish, bushel, bustle, butcher, butler, butter, buttock, buxom, buzzard, cabbage, cabin, cable, caddy, cadence, calling, callous, cambric, camlet, cancel, cancer, candid, candle, canker, cannon, canter, canvas, caper, capon, captain, captive, capture, carcase, carder, careful, careless, carnage, carrot, carpet, carter, carver, casement, casket, castor, castle, caudal, cavil, causeway, caustic, cedar, ceiling, cellar, censure, center, sea rate, certain, cauldron, chalice, challenge, camber, cancel, chandler, changer, changing, channel, chapel, chaplain, chaplet, chapman, chapter, charcoal, charger, charmer, charming, charter, chasten, chattels, chatter, cheapen, cheapness, cheater, cheerful, chemist, cherish, cherry, chestnut, chiefly, childhood, childish, children, chimney, chisel, collar, chopping, christen, chuckle, churlish, churning, cider, cinder, cipher, circle, cistern, citron, city, clamber, clammy, clamor, clapper, claret, classic, clatter, cleanly, clearness, clergy, clever, client, climate, clinger, cloggy, cloister, closer, closet, cloudy, clover, cloven, clownish, cluster, clumsy, clotty, cobbler, cobnut, cobweb, cockpit, codlin, coffee, coldness, collar, collet, college, collop, colon, color, combat, comely, comer, comet, comfort, comma, comment, commerce, common, compact, compass, compound, comrade, concave, concert, concord, concourse, conduct, conduit, conflict, congress, conquer, conquest, constant, console, contest, context, contract, convent, convert, convex, convict, cooler, coolness, cooper, copper, copy, cordage, corner, costive, costly, cotton, cover, counsel, consul, counter, county, couplet, courtly, coward, cousin, cracker, crackle, crafty, creature, credit, cribbage, crooked, crossness, crotchet, crudely, cruel, cruet, crumple, crumper, crusty, crystal, cudgel, culprit, cumber, cunning, cupboard, curate, curdle, curfew, curling, current, curtsy, current, curry, cursed, curtain, curved, custard, custom, cutler, cynic, cypress, dabble, danger, dagger, daily, dainty, dairy, dally, damage, damask, damsel, dancer, dandle, dandriff, dangle, dapper, darkness, darling, dastard, dazzle, dearly, dearness, deadly, deathless, debtor, decent, deist, deluge, dibble, dictate, diet, differ, dimness, dimple, dinner, discord, dismal, distant, distant, doer, dogger, donner, dormant, doublet, doubtful, doubtless, doughty, dower, dowless, dawny, draggle, dragon, draper, drawer, drawing, dreadful, dreamer, driver, dropsy, drubbing, drummer, drunkard, duel, dukedom, dullness, durance, duty, dwelling, dwindle, eager, eagle, Easter, eater, early, earthen, echo, eddy, edict, effort, egress, either, elbow, elder, emblem, emmet, empire, empty, endless, enter, entry, envoy, envy, ephod, epic, equal, error, essay, essence, ethnic, even, ever, evil, exit, eyesight, eyesore, fable, fabric, facing, factor, faggot, faintness, faithful, falcon, fallow, falsehood, famine, famish, famous, fancy, farmer, pharaoh, farther, fasten, fatal, father, faulty, favor, fawning, fearful, feather, feeble, feeling, feigned, fellow, felon, female, fencer, fender, fertile, fervent, fester, fetter, fever, fiddle, figure, filler, filthy, final, finger, finish, firmness, fixed, flabby, flagon, flagrant, flannel, flavor, fleshly, florist, flower, fluster, flutter, follow, folly, fondler, foolish, footstep, forecast, foremost, foresight, forehead, forest, formal, former, fortnight, fortune, founder, fountain, fowler, fragrant, freely, frenzy, friendly, frigate, frosty, froward, frowsy, fruitful, fuller, fumy, funnel, funny, furnace, furnish, furrow, further, furry, fusty, futile, future, gabble, gainful, gallant, galley, gallon, gallop, gamble, gamester, gammon, gander, gauntlet, garbage, garden, gargle, garland, garment, garner, garnish, garret, garter, gather, gaudy, gazer, gelding, gender, gentile, gentle, gentry, gesture, getting, gewgaw, ghastly, giant, gibbet, giddy, giggle, gilder, gilding, gimlet, ginger, girdle, girlish, giver, gladden, gladness, gleaner, glibly, glimmer, glisten, gloomy, glory, glossy, glutton, gnashing, gobbet, godly, goer, golden, gosling, gospel, gossip, gouty, graceful, grammar, grandeur, grassy, gratis, graver, gravy, grazing, greasy, greatly, greatness, greedy, greenish, greeting, grievance, grievous, grinder, griskin, grizzly, gristly, groaning, grocer, grotto, groundless, gruffness, guiltless, guilty, gunner, gusset, gusty, gutter, guzzle, habit, hackney, haddock, haggard, haggle, hailstone, hairy, halter, hamlet, hamper, handful, handmaid, handsome, handy, hanger, hangings, hanker, happen, happy, harass, harbor, harden, hardy, harmful, harmless, harness, harrow, harvest, hasten, hatter, hateful, hatred, haughty, haunted, hazard, hazel, hazy, heady, healing, hearing, hearken, hearten, heartless, heathen, heaven, heavy, Hebrew, Hector, heedful, helmet, helper, helpful, helpless, hemlock, herbage, herdsman, hermit, herring, hewer, hiccup, higgler, highness, hillock, hilly, hinder, hireling, hobble, hoggish, hogshead, holdfast, holland, hollow, holy, homage, homely, honest, honor, hoodwink, hopeful, hopeless, horrid, horror, hostage, hostess, hostile, hothouse, hourly, household, human, humble, humor, hunger, hunter, hurry, hurtful, husky, hyssop, idler, idle, image, incense, income, index, infant, inkstand, inlet, inmate, inmost, inquest, inroad, insect, insult, insight, instance, instant, instep, into, invoice, iron, issue, item, jabber, jagged, jangle, jargon, jasper, jealous, jelly, jester, Jesus, jewel, Jewish, jingle, joiner, jointure, jolly, journal, journey, joyful, joyless, joyous, judgment, juggle, juicy, jumble, jury, justice, justly, keenness, keeper, kennel, kernel, kettle, keyhole, kidnap, kidney, kindle, kindness, kingdom, kinsman, kitchen, knavish, kneeling, knowing, knowledge, knuckle, label, labor, lacking, ladder, lading, ladle, lady, lambkin, lancet, landlord, landmark, landscape, language, languid, lappet, larder, lather, latter, laughter, lawful, lawyer, leaden, leader, leaky, leanness, learning, leather, lengthen, leper, level, levy, libel, license, lifeless, lighten, lightning, limber, limit, limner, linguist, lion, listed, litter, little, lively, liver, lizard, leading, lobby, lobster, locket, locust, lodgment, lodger, lofty, logwood, longing, looseness, lordly, loudness, lovely, lover, lowly, lowness, loyal, lucid, luggage, lumber, lurcher, lurker, lucky, lyric, maggot, major, maker, mallet, maltster, mammon, mandrake, mangle, manly, manner, mantle, minnie, marble, market, marksman, marrow, marquis, marshal, martyr, mason, master, matter, maxim, mayor, maypole, meanly, meaning, measure, medal, meekness, mellow, member, menace, mender, mental, mercer, merchant, mercy, merit, message, metal, method, middle, mighty, mildew, mildness, millstone, milky, miller, mimic, mindful, mingle, mischief, miser, mixture, mocker, model, modern, modest, moisture, moment, monkey, monster, monthly, moral, morsel, mortal, mortar, mostly, mother, motive, movement, mountain, mournful, mouthful, muddle, muddy, muffle, mumble, mummy, murder, murmur, mushroom, music, musket, muslin, mustard, musty, mutton, muzzle, myrtle, mystic, nailer, naked, nameless, napkin, narrow, nasty, native, nature, navel, naughty, navy, neatness, neckcloth, needful, needle, needy, negro, neighbor, neither, nephew, nervous, nettle, newly, newness, nimble, niceness, niggard, nightcap, nimble, nipple, noble, noggin, nonage, nonsense, nonsuit, nostril, nostrum, nothing, notice, novel, novice, number, nurser, nurture, nutmeg, oafish, oaken, oatmeal, object, oblong, ochre, odor, offer, office, offspring, ogle, oilman, ointment, older, olive, omen, onset, open, optic, opal, orange, order, organ, other, oral, otter, over, outcast, outcry, outer, outmost, outrage, outward, outwork, owner, oyster, pacer, package, packer, packet, paddle, paddock, padlock, pagan, painful, painter, painting, palace, palette, paleness, palette, pamphlet, pancake, panic, pantry, paper, papist, parboil, parcel, parching, parchment, pardon, parent, parley, parlor, parrot, parry, parson, partner, party, passage, passive, passport, pasture, patent, pavement, payment, peacock, pebble, pedant, peddler, peeper, peevish, pelting, pedant, penman, penny, pensive, people, pepper, perfect, peril, perish, perjure, perry, person, pertness, pester, pestle, petty, pewter, file, frenzy, physic, pickle, picklock, picture, pieces, pygmy, pilfer, pilgrim, pillage, pillbox, pilot, pimple, pincase, pincers, pinching, piper, pippin, pirate, pitcher, pittance, pity, pivot, places, placid, plaintive, planet, planter, plaster, plated, platter, player, playing, pleasant, pleasure, plotter, plumage, plummet, plumpness, plunder, plural, plying, poacher, pocket, poet, poison, poker, polar, Polish, pompous, ponder, popish, poppy, portal, posset, postage, posture, potent, potter, pottle, poultry, pouncebox, poundage, pounder, power, powder, practice, praiser, prancer, prattle, prattler, prayer, preacher, prebend, precept, predel, preface, prelate, prelude, presage, presence, present, presser, prickle, prickly, priesthood, primate, primer, princess, private, privy, problem, proctor, produce, product, proffer, profit, progress, project, prologue, promise, profit, prosper, prostrate, proudly, prowess, prowler, prying, prudence, prudent, psalmist, psalter, public, publish, pucker, pudding, puddle, puffer, pullet, pulpit, pumper, puncture, pungent, punish, puppy, purblind, pureness, purpose, putrid, puzzle, quadrant, quagmire, quaintness, quaker, qualmish, quarrel, quarry, quarton, quarter, quaver, queerly, query, quibble, quicken, quickly, quicksand, quiet, quinsy, quittle, quitrent, quiver, quorum, quota, rabbit, rabble, racer, racket, radish, raffle, rafter, ragged, railer, raiment, rainbow, rainy, razor, raisin, rakish, rally, ramble, rammer, rampant, rampart, rancor, random, ranger, rankle, ransack, ransom, ranter, rapid, rapine, rapture, rashness, rather, rattle, ravage, raven, rawness, razor, reader, ready, real, reaper, reason, rebel, recent, reckon, rector, refuse, rental, restless, revel, riband, riches, riddance, riddle, rider, rifle, rightful, rigor, riot, ripple, rival, river, rivet, roaring, robber, rocket, roller, Roman, Romish, roomy, rosy, rotten, roundish, rover, royal, rubber, rubbish, ruby, rudder, rudeness, rueful, ruffle, rugged, ruin, ruler, rumble, rummage, rumor, rumple, runlet, running, rapture, rustic, rusty, ruthless, Sabbath, sable, saber, sackcloth, sadden, saddle, safely, safety, saffron, sailor, salad, sally, salmon, saltish, savage, salver, sample, sandal, sandy, sanguine, sampling, sappy, satchel, satin, satire, savage, saucer, savor, sausage, sawyer, saying, scabbard, scaffold, scamper, scandal, scarlet, scatter, scholar, science, scoffer, scallop, scornful, scribble, scripture, scruple, scruffle, sculler, sculpture, scurvy, seamless, season, secret, seedless, seeing, seemly, cellar, senate, senseless, sentence, sequel, sermon, serpent, servant, service, setter, settle, shabby, shackle, shadow, shaggy, shallow, shamble, shameful, shameless, shapeless, shapen, sharpen, sharper, shatter, shearing, shelter, shepherd, sheriff, sherry, shilling, shining, shipwreck, shocking, shorter, shorten, shovel, shoulder, shower, shuffle, shutter, shuttle, sicken, sickness, sightless, signal, silence, silent, simper, simple, simply, sinew, sinful, singing, singer, single, sinner, siren, sister, sitting, skillful, skillet, skimmer, slacken, slander, slattern, slavish, sleeper, sleepy, slipper, silver, sloppy, slothful, slubber, sluggard, slumber, smelling, smuggle, smutty, snaffle, snaggy, snapper, sneaking, snuffle, socket, sodden, soften, soulless, solemn, solid, sordid, sorrow, sorry, Scottish, soundness, spangle, sparkle, sparrow, spatter, speaker, speechless, speedy, spindle, spinner, spirit, spittle, spiteful, splinter, spoken, sporting, spotless, sprinkle, spongy, squander, squeamish, stable, stagger, stagnate, stall-fed, stammer, standish, staple, startle, stately, stating, statue, stature, statute, steadfast, steeple, steerage, stickle, stiffen, stifle, stillness, stingy, stirrup, stomach, stony, stormy, story, stoutness, straggle, strangle, stricken, strictly, striking, stripling, structure, stubborn, student, stumble, sturdy, subject, succor, suckling, sudden, suffer, sullen, sully, sultan, sultry, summer, summit, summon, Sunday, sunder, sundry, supper, supple, surety, surefit, surly, surname, surplus, swabby, swaddle, swagger, swallow, swanskin, swarthy, swearing, sweaty, sweeping, sweeten, sweetness, swelling, swiftness, swimming, system, tabby, table, tackle, taker, talent, tallow, tally, tamely, tammy, tamper, tangle, tankard, tansy, taper, tapster, tardy, target, tarry, tartar, tasteless, taster, tattle, tawdry, tawny, tailor, teller, temper, tempest, temple, tempter, tenant, tender, terrace, terror, testy, tetter, thankful, thatcher, thawing, therefore, thicket, thievish, thimble, thinking, thirsty, thorny, thornback, thoughtful, thousand, thrasher, threaten, throbbing, thumping, thunder, Thursday, ticket, tickle, tidy, tighten, tillage, tiller, timber, timely, tincture, tinder, tingle, tinker, tinsel, tippet, tipple, tiresome, title, titter, title, toilet, token, tonnage, torment, torrent, torture, total, totter, towel, tower, township, trading, traffic, traitor, trammel, trample, transcript, transfer, treacle, treason, treacher, treatise, treatment, treaty, tremble, trencher, trespass, tribune, trickle, trifle, trigger, trimmer, triple, tripping, triumph, trooper, trophy, trouble, trousers, truant, truckle, truly, trumpet, trundle, trusty, tucker, Tuesday, tulip, tumble, tumbler, tumid, tumor, tumult, tunnel, turban, turbid, turkey, turner, turnip, turnstile, turret, turtle, tutor, twilight, twinkle, twitter, timble, tyrant, umpire, uncle, under, upper, upright, upshot, upward, urgent, urine, usage, useful, usher, utmost, utter, vacant, vagrant, vainly, valid, valley, vanish, vanquish, varlet, varnish, vary, vassal, velvet, vendor, venom, venture, verdant, verdict, verdure, verges, vermin, versed, vervain, very, vesper, vestry, vexed, vicar, victor, vigor, villain, vintner, vile, viper, virgin, virtue, visage, visit, vixen, vocal, volley, vomit, voyage, vulgar, vulture, wafer, waggish, wagtail, waiter, wakeful, wallet, wallow, walker, walnut, wander, wanting, wanton, warfare, warlike, warrant, warren, washing, waspish, wasteful, water, watchful, waver, waylaid, wayward, weary, wealthy, weapon, weather, weeping, weighty, welfare, wheaten, whisper, whistle, wholesome, wicked, widow, willing, windward, winter, wisdom, witness, witty, woeful, wonder, worship, wrongful, yearly, yearning, yellow, yeoman, yonder, younger, youngest, youthful, zany, zealot, zealous, zenith, zephyr, zigzag. Entertaining and instructive lessons in words not exceeding 2 syllables. Lesson 1. The dog barks. The hog grunts. The pig squeaks. The horse neighs. The cock crows. The ass brays. The cat purrs. The kitten mews. The bull bellows. The cow lows. The calf bleats. Sheep also bleat. The lion roars. The wolf howls. The tiger growls. The fox barks. Mice squeak. The frog croaks. The sparrow chirps. The swallow titters. The rook caws. The bittern booms. The turkey gobbles. The peacock screams. The beetle hums. The duck quacks. The goose cackles. Monkeys chatter. The owl hoots. The screech owl shrieks. The snake hisses. Little boys and girls talk and read. End of Words of 2 Syllable from the English Spelling Book by William Maver.
Yeast. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Yeast by Thomas H. Huxley. I have selected tonight the particular subject of yeast for 2 reasons, or rather, I should say, for 3. In the first place, because it is one of the simplest and the most familiar objects with which we are acquainted. In the second place, because the facts and phenomena which I have to describe are so simple that it is possible to put them before you without the help of any of those pictures or diagrams which are needed when matters are more complicated, and which, if I had to refer them here, would involve the necessity of my turning away from you now and then, and thereby increasing very largely my difficulty, already sufficiently great, in making myself heard. And thirdly, I have chosen this subject because I know of no familiar substance forming part of our everyday knowledge and experience, the examination of which, with a little care, tends to open up very considerable issues, as does this substance, yeast. In the first place, I should like to call your attention to the fact with which the whole of you are, to begin with, perfectly acquainted. I mean the fact that any liquid containing sugar, any liquid which is performed by pressing out the succulent parts of the fruits of plants, or a mixture of honey and water, if left to itself for a short time, begins to undergo a peculiar change. No matter how clear it might be at starting, yet after a few hours, or at most a few days, if the temperature is high, this liquid begins to be turbid, and by bubbles make their appearance in it, and a sort of dirty looking yellowish foam or scum collects at the surface, while at the same time, by degrees, a similar kind of matter, which we call the lees, sinks to the bottom. The quantity of this dirty looking stuff that we call the scum and the lees goes on increasing until it reaches a certain amount, and then it stops, and by the time it stops, you find the liquid in which this matter has been formed has become altered in its quality. To begin with, it was a mere sweetish substance, having the flavor of whatever might be the plant from which it was expressed, or having merely the taste and the absence of smell of a solution of sugar. But by the time that this change that I have been briefly describing to you is accomplished, the liquid has become completely altered. It has acquired a peculiar smell, and what is still more remarkable, it has gained the property of intoxicating the person who drinks it. Nothing can be more innocent than a solution of sugar. Nothing can be less innocent if taken in excess, as you all know, than those fermented matters which are produced from sugar. Well, again, if you notice that bubbling, or as it were seething of the liquid which has accompanied the whole of this process, you will find that it is produced by the evolution of little bubbles of air-like substance out of the liquid, and I dare say you all know this air-like substance is not like common air. It is not a substance which a man can breathe with impunity. You often hear of accidents which take place in brewers' vats, when men go in carelessly and get suffocated there without knowing that there was anything evil awaiting them. And if you tried the experiment with this liquid I am telling of while it was fermenting, you would find that any small animal let down into the vessel would be similarly stifled, and you would discover that a light lowered down into it would go out. Well, then, lastly, if after this liquid has been thus altered you expose it to that process which is called distillation, that is to say, if you put it in a still, and collect the matters which are sent over, you obtain, when you first heat it, a clear transparent liquid, which, however, is something totally different from water. It is much lighter, it has a strong smell, and it has an acrid taste, and it possesses the same intoxicating power as the original liquid, but in a much more intense degree. If you put a light to it, it burns with a bright flame, and it is that substance which we know as spirits of wine. Now, these facts that I have just put before you, all but the last, have been known from extremely remote antiquity. It is, I hope, one of the best evidences of the antiquity of the human race, that among the earliest records of all kinds of men, you find a time recorded when they got drunk. We may hope that that must have been a very late period in their history. Not only have we the record of what happened to Noah, but if we turn to the traditions of different people, those forefathers of ours who lived in the highlands of northern India, we find that they were not less addicted to intoxicating liquids. And I have no doubt that the knowledge of this process extends far beyond the limits of historically recorded time. And it is a very curious thing to observe that all the names we have of this process, and all that belongs to it, are the names that have their roots not in our present language, but in those older languages which go back to the times at which the country was peopled. The word fermentation, for example, which is the title we apply to the whole process, is a Latin term, and a term which is evidently based upon the fact of the effervescence of the liquid. Then the French, who are very fond of calling themselves a Latin race, have a particular word for ferment, which is levure, and in the same way we have the word leaven, those two words having reference to the heaving up or the raising of the substance which is fermented. Now those are words which we get from what I may call the Latin side of our parentage. But if we turn to the Saxon side, there are a number of names connected with this process of fermentation. For example, the Germans call fermentation, and the old Germans did so, garen, and they call anything which is used as a ferment by such names such as Geist and Gist, and finally in Low German, Jest. And that word you know is the word our Saxon forefathers used, and is almost the same as the word which is commonly employed in this country to denote the common ferment of which I have been speaking. So they have another name, the word Hefe, which is derived from the word Heben, which signifies to raise up, and they have yet a third name, which is also one common in this country. I do not know whether it is common in Lancashire, but it is certainly very common in the Midland countries, the word balm, which is derived from a root which signifies to raise or to bear up. barn is something borne up, and thus there is much more real relation than is commonly supposed by those who make puns between the beer which a man takes down his throat, and the beer upon which that process, if carried to excess, generally lands him, for they are both derived from the root signifying bearing up, and the one thing is borne upon men's shoulders, and the other is the fermented liquid which was borne up by the fermentation taking place in itself. Again I spoke of the produce of fermentation, of spirit of wine. Now what a very curious phrase that is, if you come to think of it. The old alchemists talked of the finest essence of anything as if it had the same sort of relation to the thing itself as a man's spirit is supposed to have to his body. And so they spoke of this fine essence of the fermented liquid as being the spirit of liquid. Thus came about that extraordinary ambiguity of language, in virtue of which you apply precisely to the same substantive name, to the soul of man, and to a glass of gin. And then there is still yet one other most curious piece of nomenclature connected with this matter, and that is the word alcohol itself, which is now so familiar to everybody. Alcohol originally meant a very fine powder. The women of the Arabs and other Eastern people are in the habit of tinging their eyelashes with a very fine black powder, which is made of antimony, and they call that kohl. And the al is simply the article put in front of it, so as to say the coal. And up to the 17th century, in this country, the word alcohol was employed to signify any very fine powder. You find it in Robert Boyle's works that he uses alcohol for a very fine subtle powder. But then this name of anything very fine and very subtle came to be specially connected with the fine and subtle spirit obtained from the fermentation of sugar. And I believe that the first person who fairly fixed it as the proper name of what we now commonly call spirits of wine was the great French chemist Lavoisier, so comparatively recent is the use of the word alcohol in this specialized sense. So much by a way of general introduction to the subject on which I have to speak tonight. What I have hitherto stated is simply what we may call common knowledge, which everybody may acquaint himself of. And you know that what we call scientific knowledge is not any kind of conjuration, as people sometimes suppose, but it is simply the application of the same principles of common sense that we apply to common knowledge, carried out, if I may so speak, to knowledge which is uncommon. And all that we know now of this substance yeast, and all the very strange issues to which that knowledge has led us, have simply come out of the inveterate habit, and a very fortunate habit for the human race it is, which scientific men have of not being content until they have rooted out all the different chains and connections of apparently simple phenomena, until they have taken them to pieces and understood the conditions upon which they depend. I will try to point out to you now what has happened in consequence of endeavouring to apply this process of analysis, as we call it, this teasing out of an apparently simple fact into all the little facts of which it is made up, to the ascertained facts relating to the balm or the yeast. Secondly, what has come of the attempts to ascertain distinctly what is the nature of the products which are produced by fermentation. Then what has come of the attempt to understand the relation between the yeast and the products. And lastly, what very curious side issues, if I may so call them, have branched out in the course of this inquiry, which has now occupied somewhere about 2 centuries. The first thing was to make out precisely and clearly what was the nature of this substance, this apparently mere scum and mud that we call yeast. And that was first commenced seriously by a wonderful old Dutchman of the name Leeuwenhoek, who lived some 200 years ago, and who was the first person to invent thoroughly trustworthy microscopes of high powers. Now Leeuwenhoek went to work upon this yeast mud, and by applying to it high powers of the microscope, he discovered that it was no mere mud such as you might at first suppose, but that it was a substance made up of an enormous multitude of minute grains, each of which had just as definite a form as if it were a grain of corn, although it was vastly smaller, the largest of these not being more than the 2,000th of an inch in diameter, while, as you know, a grain of corn is a large thing, and the very smallest of these particles was not more than the 7,000th of an inch in diameter. Leeuwenhoek saw that this muddy stuff was in reality a liquid in which there were floating this immense number of definitely shaped particles, all aggregated in heaps and lumps, and some of them separate. That discovery remained, so to speak, dormant for fully a century. And then the question was taken up by a French discoverer, who, paying great attention, and having the advantage of better instruments than Leeuwenhoek had, watched these things and made the astounding discovery that they were bodies which were constantly being reproduced and growing. Then, when one of these rounded bodies was once formed, and had grown to its full size, it immediately began to give off a little bud from one side, and then that bud grew out until it had attained the full size of the first, and that in this way the yeast particle was undergoing a process of multiplication by budding, just as effectual and just as complete as the process of multiplication of a plant by budding. And thus this Frenchman, Cognard de la Tour, arrived at the conclusion, very credible to his sagacity, and which had been confirmed by every observation and reasoning since, that this apparently muddy refuse was neither more nor less than a mass of plants, of minute living plants, growing and multiplying in the sugary fluid in which the yeast is formed. And from that time forth we have known this substance which forms the scum and the lees as the yeast plant, and it has received a scientific name, which I may use without thinking of it, and which I will therefore give you, namely, torula. Well, this was a capital discovery. The next thing to do was to make out how this torula was related to other plants. I won't weary you with the whole course of investigation, but I may sum up its results, and they are these: that the torula is a particular kind of a fungus, a particular state, rather, of a fungus or mold. There are many molds which, under certain conditions, give rise to the torula condition, to a substance which is not distinguishable from yeast, and which has the same properties as yeast, that is to say, which is able to decompose sugar in this curious way that we shall consider by and by. So that the yeast plant is a plant belonging to a group of the fungi, multiplying and growing, and living in this very remarkable manner in the sugary fluid, which is, so to speak, the nidus or home of the yeast. That, in a few words, is as far as investigation, by the help of one's eye and by the help of the microscope, has taken us. But now there is an observer whose methods of observation are more refined than those of men who use their eye, even though it be aided by the microscope, a man who sees indirectly farther than we can see directly. That is the chemist, and the chemist took up this question, and his discovery was not less remarkable than that of the microscopist. The chemist discovered that the yeast plant being composed of a sort of bag, like a bladder, inside, which is a peculiar, soft, semi-fluid material, the chemist found that this outer bladder has the same composition as the substance of wood, that material which is called cellulose, and which consists of the elements carbon and hydrogen and oxygen without any nitrogen. But then he also found, the first person to discover it was an Italian chemist named Fabroni, in the end of the last century, that this inner matter, which was contained in the bag, which constitutes the yeast plant, was a substance containing the elements carbon and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen, that it was what Fabroni called a vegeto-animal substance, and that it had the peculiarities of what are commonly called animal products. This again was an exceedingly remarkable discovery. It lay neglected for a time, until it was subsequently taken up by the great chemists of modern times, and they, with their delicate methods of analysis, have finally decided that, in all essential respects, the substance which forms the chief part of the contents of the yeast plant is identical with the material which forms the chief part of our own muscles, which forms the chief part of our own blood, which forms the chief part of the white of an egg; that in fact, although this little organism is a plant, and nothing but a plant, yet that its active living contents contain a substance which is called protein, which is of the same nature as the substance which forms the foundation of every animal organism whatever. Now we come next to the question of the analysis of the products of that which is produced during the process of fermentation. So far back as the beginning of the 16th century, in the times of transition between the old alchemy and the modern chemistry, there was a remarkable man, von Helmont, a Dutchman, who saw the difference between the air which comes out of a vat where something is fermenting, and common air. He was the man who invented the term gas, and he called this kind of gas gas sylvestre, so to speak, gas that is wild, and lives in and out of the way places, having in his mind the identity of this particular kind of air with that which is found in some caves and cellars. Then, the gradual process of investigation going on, it was discovered that this substance, then called fixed air, was a poisonous gas, and it was finally identified with that kind of gas which is obtained by burning charcoal in the air, which is called carbonic acid. Then the substance alcohol was subjected to examination, and it was found to be a combination of carbon and hydrogen and oxygen. Then the sugar which was contained in the fermenting liquid was examined, and that was found to contain the three elements carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, so that it was clear that there were in sugar the fundamental elements which are contained in the carbonic acid and in the alcohol. And then came that great chemist Lavoisier, and he examined into the subject carefully, and possessed with that brilliant thought of his which happens to be propounded exactly a propos to this matter of fermentation, that no matter is ever lost, but that matter only changes its form and changes its combinations. He endeavoured to make out what became of the sugar which was subjected to fermentation. He thought he discovered that the whole weight of the sugar was represented by the carbonic acid produced; that, in other words, supposing this tumbler to represent the sugar, that the action of fermentation was as it were the splitting of it, the one half going away in the shape of carbonic acid, and the other half away in the shape of alcohol. Subsequent inquiry, careful research with the refinements of modern chemistry, have been applied to this problem, and they have shown that Lavoisier was not quite correct; that what he says is quite true for about 95% of the sugar, but that the other 5%, or nearly so, is converted into two other things, one of them matter which is called succinic acid, and the other matter which is called glycerine, which you all now know as one of the commonest of household matters. It may be that we have not got to the end of this refined analysis yet, but at any rate I suppose I may say, and I speak with some little hesitation, for fear my friend Professor Roscoe here may pick me up for trespassing upon his province, but I believe I may say that now we can account for 99% at least of the sugar, and that 99% is split up into these four things: carbonic acid, alcohol, succinic acid, and glycerine, so that it may be that none of the sugar whatever disappears, and that only its parts, so to speak, are rearranged, and if any of it disappears, certainly it is a very small portion. Now these are the facts of the case. There is the fact of the growth of the yeast plant, and there is the fact of the splitting up of the sugar. What relation have these facts to one another? For a very long time that was a great matter of dispute. The early French observers, to do them justice, discerned the real state of the case, namely, that there was a very close connection between the actual life of the yeast plant and this operation of the splitting up of the sugar, and that one was in some way or another connected with the other. All investigation subsequently has confirmed this original idea. It has been shown that if you take any measures by which other plants of like kind to the torula would be killed, and by which the yeast plant is killed, then the yeast loses its efficiency. But a capital experiment upon this subject was made by a very distinguished man, Helmholtz, who produced an experiment of this kind. He had two vessels. One of them we will suppose full of yeast, but over the bottom of it, as this might be, was tied a thin film of bladder. Consequently, through that thin film of bladder all the liquid parts of the yeast would go, but the solid parts would be stopped behind. The torula would be stopped, the liquid parts of the yeast would go. And then he took another vessel, containing a fermentable solution of sugar, and he put one inside the other, and in this way you see the fluid parts of the yeast were able to pass through with the utmost ease into the sugar, but the solid parts could not get through at all. And he judged thus: if the fluid parts are those which excite fermentation, then inasmuch as these are stopped, the sugar will not ferment, and the sugar did not ferment, showing quite clearly that an immediate contact with the solid, living torula was absolutely necessary to excite this process of splitting up of the sugar. This experiment was quite conclusive as to this particular point, and he had very great fruits in other directions. Well, then, the yeast plant being essential to the production of fermentation, where does the yeast plant come from? Here again was another great problem opened up, for, as I said at starting, you have, under ordinary circumstances, in warm weather, merely to expose some fluid containing a solution of sugar or any form of syrup or vegetable juice to the air, in order, after a comparatively short time, to see all these phenomena of fermentation. Of course, the first obvious suggestion is that the torula had been generated within the fluid. In fact, it seems at first quite absurd to entertain any other conviction, but that belief would most assuredly not be an erroneous one. Towards the beginning of this century, in the vigorous times of the old French wars, there was a Monsieur Appert, who had his attention directed to the preservation of things that ordinarily perish, such as meat and vegetables, and, in fact, he laid the foundation of our modern methods of preserving meats, and he found that if he boiled any of these substances, and then tied them so as to exclude the air, that they would be preserved for any time. He tried these experiments, particularly with the must of wine and with the wort of beer, and he found that if the wort of beer had been carefully boiled, and stopped in such a way that the air could not get at it, it would never ferment. What was the reason of this? That again became the subject of a long string of experiments, with this ultimate result, that if you take precautions to prevent any solid matters from getting into the must of wine or the wort of beer, under these circumstances, that is to say, if the fluid has been boiled and placed in a bottle, and if you stuff the neck of the bottle full of cotton wool, which allows the air to go through and stops anything of a solid character, however fine, then you may let it be for 10 years, and it will not ferment. But if you take that plug out and give the air free access, then sooner or later fermentation will set up. And there is no doubt whatever that fermentation is excited only by the presence of some torula or other, and that torula proceeds in our present experience from pre-existing toruli. These little bodies are excessively light. You can easily imagine what must be the weight of little particles, but slightly heavier than water, and not more than the 2,000th or perhaps 7,000th of an inch in diameter. They are capable of floating about and dancing like motes in the sunbeam. They are carried about by all sorts of currents of air. The great majority of them perish, but one or two, which may chance to enter into a sugary solution, immediately enter into active life, find there the conditions of their nourishment, increase and multiply, and may give rise to any quantity whatever of this substance yeast. And whatever may be true or not be true about this spontaneous generation, as it is called in regard to all other kinds of living things, it is perfectly certain, as regards yeast, that it always owes its origin to the process of transportation, or inoculation, if you like so to call it, from some other living yeast organism. And so far as yeast is concerned, the doctrine of spontaneous generation is absolutely out of court. And not only so, but the yeast must be alive in order to exert these peculiar properties. If it be crushed, if it be heated so far that its life is destroyed, that peculiar power of fermentation is not excited. Thus we have come to this conclusion, as a result of our inquiry, that the fermentation of sugar, the splitting of the sugar into alcohol and carbonic acid, glycerin and succinic acid, is the result of nothing but the vital activity of this little fungus, the torula. Now comes a further exceedingly difficult inquiry. How is it that this plant, the torula, produces this singular operation of the splitting up of the sugar? Fabroni, to whom I referred some time ago, imagined that the effervescence of fermentation was produced in just the same way as the effervescence of Seidlitz powder, that the yeast was a kind of acid, and that the sugar was a combination of carbonic acid and some base to form the alcohol, and that the yeast combined with the substance and set free the carbonic acid, just as when you add carbonate of soda to acids you turn out the carbonic acid. But of course the discovery of Lavoisier, that the carbonic acid and the alcohol taken together are very nearly equal in weight to the sugar, completely upset this hypothesis. Another view was therefore taken by the French chemist Thenard, and it is still held by a very eminent chemist, M. Pasteur. And their view is this, that the yeast, so to speak, eats a little of the sugar, turns a little of it to its own purposes, and by doing so gives such a shape to the sugar that the rest of it breaks up into carbonic acid and alcohol. Well, then, there is a third hypothesis, which is maintained by another very distinguished chemist, Liebig, which denies either of the other two, and which declares that the particles of the sugar are, as it were, shaken asunder by the forces at work in the yeast plant. Now I am not going to take you into these refinements of chemical theory. I cannot for a moment pretend to do so, but I may put the case before you by an analogy. Suppose you compare the sugar to a card house, and suppose you compare the yeast to a child coming near the card house. Then Fabroni's hypothesis was that the child took half the cards away. Thenard's and Pasteur's hypothesis is that the child pulls out the bottom card and thus makes it tumble to pieces. And Liebig's hypothesis is that the child comes by and shakes the table and tumbles the house down. I appeal to my friend here, Professor Roscoe, whether that is not a fair statement of the case. Having thus, as far as I can, discussed the general state of the question, it remains only that I should speak of some of those collateral results which have come in a very remarkable way out of the investigation of yeast. I told you that it was very early observed that the yeast plant consisted of a bag made up of the same material as that which composes wood, and of an interior semi-fluid mass which contains a substance identical in its composition in a broad sense with that which constitutes the flesh of animals. Subsequently, after the structure of the yeast plant had been carefully observed, it was discovered that all plants, high and low, are made up of separate bags or cells, as they are called. These bags or cells, having the composition of the pure matter of wood, having the same composition, broadly speaking, as the sac of the yeast plant, and having in their interior a more or less fluid substance containing a matter of the same nature as the protein substance of the yeast plant. And therefore this remarkable result came out, that however much a plant may differ from an animal, yet that the essential constituent of the contents of these various cells or sacs of which the plant is made up, the nitrogenous protein matter, is the same in the animal as in the plant. And not only was this gradually discovered, but it was found that these semi-fluid contents of the plant cell had, in many cases, a remarkable power of contrastility quite like that of the substance of animals. And about 24 or 25 years ago, namely about the year 1846, to the best of my recollection, a very eminent German botanist, Hugo von Moll, conferred upon this substance which is found in the interior of the plant cell, and which is identical with the matter found in the inside of the yeast cell, and which again contains an animal substance similar to that of which we ourselves are made up. He conferred upon this that title of protoplasm, which has brought other people a great deal of trouble since. I beg particularly to say that, because I find many people suppose that I was the inventor of that term, whereas it has been in existence for at least 25 years. And then other observers, taking the question up, came to this astonishing conclusion, working from this basis of the yeast, that the differences between animals and plants are not so much in the fundamental substances which compose them, not in the protoplasm, but in the manner in which the cells of which their bodies are built up have become modified. There is a sense in which it is true, and the analogy was pointed out very many years ago by some French botanists and chemists. There is a sense in which it is true that every plant is substantially an enormous aggregation of bodies similar to yeast cells, each having to a certain extent its own independent life. And there is a sense in which it is also perfectly true, although it would be impossible for me to give the statement to you with proper qualifications and limitations on an occasion like this, but there is also a sense in which it is true that every animal body is made up of an aggregation of minute particles of protoplasm, comparable each of them to the individual separate yeast plant. And those who are acquainted with the history of the wonderful revolution which has been worked into our whole conception of these matters in the last 30 years, will bear me out in saying that the first germ of them, to a very great extent, was made to grow and fructify by the study of the yeast plant, which presents us with living matter in almost its simplest condition. Then there is yet one last and most important bearing of this yeast question. There is one direction probably in which the effects of the careful study of the nature of fermentation will yield results more practically valuable to mankind than any other. Let me recall to your minds the fact which I stated at the beginning of this lecture. Suppose that I had here a solution of pure sugar with a little mineral in it, and suppose it were possible for me to take upon the point of a needle one single, solitary yeast cell, measuring no bigger, perhaps, than the 3/1000th of an inch in diameter, not bigger than one of those little coloured specks of matter in my own blood at this moment, the weight of which it would be difficult to express in the fraction of a grain, and put it into this solution. From that single one, if the solution were kept at a fair temperature in a warm summer's day, there would be generated in the course of a week enough ceruli to form a scum at the top and to form lees at the bottom, and to change the perfectly tasteless and entirely harmless fluid, syrup, into a solution impregnated with the poisonous gas carbonic acid, impregnated with the poisonous substance alcohol, and that, in the virtue of the changes worked upon the sugar by the vital activity of these infinitely small plants. Now you see that this is a case of infection, and from the time that the phenomenon of fermentation were first carefully studied, it has constantly been suggested to the minds of thoughtful physicians that there was a something astoundingly similar between this phenomena of the propagation of fermentation by infection and contagion, and the phenomena of the propagation of diseases by the infection and contagion. Out of this suggestion has grown that remarkable theory of many diseases which has been called the germ theory of disease. The idea, in fact, that we owe a great many diseases to particles having a certain life of their own, and which are capable of being transmitted from one living being to another, exactly as the yeast plant is capable of being transmitted from one tumbler of saccharine substance to another. And that is a perfectly tenable hypothesis. one which in the present state of medicine ought to be absolutely exhausted and shown not to be true until we take to others which have less analogy in their favor. And there are some diseases most assuredly in which it turns out to be perfectly correct. There are some forms of what are called malignant carbuncle, which have been shown to be actually affected by a sort of fermentation, if I may use the phrase, by a sort of disturbance and destruction of the fluids of the animal body, set up by minute organisms which are the cause of this destruction and of this disturbance; and only recently the study of the phenomena which accompany vaccination has thrown an immense light in this direction, tending to show by experiments of the same general character as to that which I referred as performed by Helmholtz, that there is a most astonishing analogy between the contagion of that healing disease and the contagion of destructive diseases, for it has been made out quite clearly, by investigations carried out in France and in this country, that the only part of the vaccine matter which is contagious, which is capable of carrying on its influence in the organism of the child who is vaccinated, is the solid particles and not the fluid. By experiments of the most ingenious kind, the solid parts have been separated from the fluid parts, and it has then been discovered that you may vaccinate a child as much as you like with the fluid parts, but no effect takes place, though an excessively small portion of the solid particles, the most minute that can be separated, is amply sufficient to give rise to all the phenomena of the cowpox, by a process which we compare to nothing but the transmission of fermentation from one vessel into another, by the transport to the one of the terular particles which exists in the other; and it has been shown to be true of some of the most destructive diseases which infect animals, such diseases as the sheep pox, such diseases as the most terrible and destructive disorder of horses, glanders, that in these also the active power is the living solid particle, and that the inert part is the fluid. However, do not suppose that I am pushing the analogy too far. I do not mean to say that the active solid parts in these diseased matters are of the same nature as living yeast plants, but so far as it goes, there is a most surprising analogy between the two. And the value of the analogy is, that by following it out we may some time or other come to understand how these diseases are propagated, just as we understand now about fermentation, and that in this way some of the greatest scourges which afflict the human race may be, if not prevented, at least largely alleviated. This is the conclusion of the statements which I wish to put before you. You see that we have not been able to have any accessories. If you will come in such numbers to hear a lecture of this kind, all I can say is, that diagrams cannot be made big enough for you, and that it is not possible to show any experiments illustrative of a lecture on such a subject as I have to deal with. Of course, my friends the chemists and physicists are very much better off, because they can not only show you experiments, but you can smell them and hear them. But in my case such aids are not attainable, and therefore I have taken a simple subject and have dealt with it in such a way that I hope you all understand it, at least so far as I have been able to put it before you in words; and having once apprehended such of the ideas and simple facts of the case as it was possible to put before you, you can see for yourselves the great and wonderful issues of such an apparently homely subject. End of Yeast, by Thomas H. Huxley.
Umbrellas and Their History by William Sangster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Seneca Suter. Umbrellas and Their History by William Sangster. Chapters 1 through 2. Munimum ad imbris. Contents. Chapter 1. Introductory. Chapter 2. The Ancient History of the Umbrella. Chapter 3. The Umbrella in England. Chapter 4. The Story of the Parachute. Chapter 5. Umbrella Stories. Chapter 6. The Regeneration of the Umbrella. Chapter 1. Introductory. Can it be possibly believed by the present eminently practical generation that a busy people like the English, whose diversified occupations so continually expose them to the chances and changes of a proverbially fickle sky, had ever been ignorant of the blessings bestowed on them by that dearest and truest friend in need and indeed, the umbrella? Can you, gentle reader, for instance, realize to yourself the idea of a man not possessing such a convenience for rainy weather? Why so much unmerited ridicule should be poured upon the head or handle of the devoted umbrella, it is hard to say. What is there comic in an umbrella? Plain, useful, and unpretending, if any of the man's inventions ever deserved sincere regard, the umbrella is, we maintain, that invention. Only a few years back those who carried umbrellas were held to be legitimate butts. They were old fogies, careful of their health, and so on. But nowadays we are wiser. Everybody has an umbrella. It is both cheaper and better made than of old. Who then, so poor he cannot afford one? To see a man going out in the rain umbrella-less excites as much mirth as ever did the sight of those who first, wiser than their generation, availed themselves of this now universal shelter. Yet still a touch of the amusing clings to the gamp, as it is sarcastically called. What says Douglas Jerrold on the subject? There are 3 things that no man but a fool lends, or having lent, is not in the most helpless state of mental crassitude if he ever hopes to get back again. These 3 things, my son, are books, umbrellas, and money. I believe a certain fiction of the law assumes a remedy to the borrower, but I know of no case in which any man, being sufficiently dastard to gibbet his reputation as plaintiff in such a suit, ever fairly succeeded against the wholesome prejudices of society. Umbrellas may be hedged about by cobweb statutes. I will not swear it is not so. There may exist laws that make such things property, but sure I am that the hissing contempt, the loud-mouthed indignation of all civilized society would sibilate and roar at the bloodless poltroon who should engage law on his side to obtain for him the restitution of a lent umbrella. Strange to say, it is a fact, melancholy enough, but for all that too true, that our forefathers, scarce 70 years agone, meekly endured the pelting of the pitiless storm without that protection vouchsafed to their descendants by a kind fate and talented inventors. The fact is, the umbrella forms one of the numerous conveniences of life which seem indispensable to the present generation, because just so long a time has passed since their introduction that the contrivances which, in some certain degree, previously supplied their place have passed into oblivion. We feel the convenience we possess, without being always aware of the gradations which intervened between it and the complete inconvenience of being continually unsheltered from the rain, without any kind friend from whom to seek the protection so ardently desired. Fortunately, a very simple process will enable the reader to realize the fact in its full extent. He need only walk about in a pelting shower for some hours without an umbrella, or when the weight of a cloak would be insupportable, and at the same time remember that 70 years ago a luxury he can now purchase in almost every street was within the reach of but very few, while omnibuses and cabs were unknown. But apart from considerations of comfort, we may safely claim very much higher qualities as appertaining to the umbrella. We may even reckon it among the causes that have contributed to lengthen the average human life, and hold it a most effective agent in the great increase which took place in the population of England between the years 1750 and 1850 as compared with the previous century. The Registrar General in his census report forgot to mention this fact, but there appears to us not the slightest doubt that the introduction of the umbrella at the latter part of the former and commencement of the present century must have greatly conduced to the improvement of the public health by preserving the bearer from the various and numerous diseases superinduced by exposure to rain. But perhaps we are a little harsh on our worthy ancestors. They may have possessed some species of protection from the rain on which they prided themselves as much as we do on our umbrellas, and regarding the new-fangled invention, as they no doubt termed it, as something exceedingly absurd, coxcombical, and unnecessary, while we, who are in possession of so many life comforts of which those of the good old times were supremely ignorant, among these we give the umbrella brevet rank, can afford to smile at such ebullitions as we have come across in those books of the day we have consulted, and to which we shall presently have an opportunity of referring. We can happily estimate the value of such a friend as the umbrella, the silent companion of our walks abroad, a companion incomparably superior to those slimy waterproof abominations so urgently recommended to us, for, at the least, the umbrella cannot be accused of injuring the health as they have been, as it appears, with very good reason. In fact, so long as the climate of England remains as it is, so long will umbrellas hold their ground in public esteem, and we do not believe that the clerk of the weather will allow himself to be bribed into any alteration, at least for trade considerations. Another remarkable proof of the utility of the umbrella may be found in the universality of its use. It has asserted its sway from the Indus to the Pole, and is to be met with in every possible variety, from the Napoleon blue silk of the London exquisite to the coarse red or green cotton of the Turkish raya. Throughout the continent it forms the peaceful armament of the peasant, and no more curious sight can be imagined than the wide, uncovered market-place of some quaint old German town during a heavy shower, when every industrial covers himself or herself with the aegis of a portable tent, and a bright array of brass ferrules and canopies of all conceivable hues which cotton can be made to assume, without losing its one quality of fast color, flash on the spectator's vision. The advantages of the umbrella being thus recognized, it must be confessed that it has hitherto been treated in a most ungrateful and stepmotherly fashion. We fly to the umbrella when the sky is overcast. It affords us shelter in the hour of need, and the service is forgotten as soon as the necessity is relieved. We make abominable jokes upon the umbrella. We borrow it without compunction from any confiding friend, though with the full intention of never returning it. In fact, it has often been a matter of surprise to us that anyone ever does buy an umbrella, for where can the old umbrellas go to? Although that question has been asked often concerning the fate of pins, the fact as regards the former, looking at their size, is more curious, and yet, for all that, we treat it with shameful neglect, as if ashamed of a crime we have committed and anxious to conceal the evidence of our guilt. Let us then strive to afford such reparation as in our power lies, by giving a slight description of the umbrella and its history, making up for any deficiencies of our pen by the assistance of the artist's pencil. Chapter 2. The Ancient History of the Umbrella. The umbrella is derived from a stately family, that of the parasol, the legitimate use of the umbrella, though sufficiently obvious, being almost ignored in those countries whence it derives its being, since it was as a protection against the scorching heat of the sun that it was first used. The parasol, then, or umbrella, since for all practical purposes the two are really identical, dates from the earliest ages, some commentators of the Bible fancying they can discover it in places where a shade protecting from the sun is mentioned. This is not unlikely, but it is certain that the parasol has been in use from a very early period. Chinese history goes a very long way back, inasmuch as it places the invention of these elegant machines many thousand years anterior to the Mosaic date of the world's creation. Their antiquity among the Hindus is more satisfactorily proved by the following message from the dramatic poem of Sakuntala, the date of which is supposed to be the 6th century of the Christian era. The cares of supporting the nation harass the sovereign, while he is cheered with the view of the people's welfare, as a huge umbrella, of which a man bears the staff in his own hand, fatigues while it shades him. The sovereign, like a branching tree, bears on his head the scorching sunbeams, while the broad shade allays the fever of those who seek shelter under him. The origin of the parasol is wrapped in considerable obscurity. Some profound investigators have supposed that large leaves tied to the branching extremities of a bough suggested the first idea of the invention. Others assert that the idea was probably derived from the tent, which remains in form unaltered to the present day. Dr. Morrison, however, tells us that the tradition existing in China is that the san, which signifies a shade for sun and rain, originated in standards and banners waving in the air. As this is a case in which we may quote the line, "Who shall decide when doctors disagree?" we may with safety assume that all are in the right, and that the parasol owed its origin to all or any of the above mentioned fortuitous circumstances. In the Ninevite sculptures the umbrella or parasol appears frequently. Layard gives a picture of a bas-relief representing a king in his chariot, with an attendant holding an umbrella over his head. It has a curtain hanging down behind, but is otherwise exactly like those in use at the present time, the stretchers and sliding runner being plainly represented. To quote the words of that indefatigable traveler, "The umbrella or parasol, the emblem of royalty so universally accepted by Eastern nations, was generally carried over the king in time of peace, and sometimes even in time of war. In shape it resembled very closely those in common use, but it is always open in the sculptures. It was edged with tassels, and was usually ornamented at the top by a flower or some other ornament. On the later bas-reliefs, a long piece of embroidered linen or silk falling from one side like a curtain appears to screen the king completely from the sun. The parasol was reserved exclusively for the monarch, and is never represented as borne over any other person." In Egypt again, the parasol is found in various shapes. In some instances it is depicted as a flabellum, a fan of palm leaves or colored feathers fixed on a long handle, resembling those now carried behind the Pope in processions. Sir Gardner Wilkinson, in his work on Egypt, has an engraving of an Ethiopian princess traveling through Upper Egypt in a chariot. A kind of umbrella fastened to a stout pole rises in the center, bearing a close affinity to what are now termed chaise umbrellas. To judge from Wilkinson's account, the umbrella was generally used throughout Egypt, partly as a mark of distinction, but more on account of its useful than its ornamental qualities. The same author is rather doubtful whether, in the picture given by him of a military chief in his chariot, the frame which an attendant holds up behind the rider is a shield or a screen, but the latter is the more probable supposition, as it has all the appearance of an umbrella without the usual handle. In some paintings on a temple wall, An umbrella is held over the figure of a god carried in procession, and altogether we may, perhaps, consider it decided, beyond dispute, that the umbrella in its modern shape was used in Egypt. Footnote: to silence captious critics, who may find fault with the designs of our artist, we may once for all remark that an idealized conception of the figures only is given. The style of the ancient draftsmen was by no means so perfect that we, who live in a more civilized age, should be entirely fettered by their conceptions, and the records of ancient life are not nearly full enough to justify anyone who may assert that the pictures in our pages are not as accurate as those in the British Museum. Anyhow, what they ought to have been, rather than what the ancient were, our artist has striven to delineate. In Persia, the parasol is repeatedly found in the carved work of Persepolis, and Sir John Malcolm has an article on the subject in his History of Persia. In some sculptures, of a very Egyptian character by the way, the figure of a king appears attended by a slave, who carries over his head an umbrella, with stretchers and runner complete. In other sculptures on the rock at Takhtiyabostan, supposed to be not less than 12 centuries old, a deer hunt is represented, at which a king looks on, seated on a horse, and having an umbrella borne over his head by an attendant. This combination of business and comfort forcibly reminds us of a certain wet day in Karlsruhe, where we witnessed from the window of the Hotel d'Angleterre a stout, martial-looking National Guardsman marching to the exercising ground with an umbrella over his head, and a maid-servant diligently tramping through the mud behind him, bearing his musket. As in Assyria, so in most other Eastern countries, this use of the parasol carried with it a peculiar and honorable significance. The tradition relating to its origin in China has been already alluded to, and we can trace notices of its use a very long way back indeed. According to Dr. Morrison, umbrellas and parasols are referred to in books printed about A.D. 300, but their use has been traced still further back than this. A very ancient book of Chinese ceremonies, called Chu Li, or the Rites of Chu, directs that upon the imperial cars the dais should be placed. The figure of this dais, contained in the Chinese edition of Chu Li, and the particular description of it given in the explanatory commentary of Lin He Yi, both identify it with an umbrella. The latter describes the dais to be composed of 28 arcs, which are equivalent to the whalebone ribs of the modern instrument, and the staff supporting the covering to consist of 2 parts, the upper being a rod 3/18 of a Chinese foot in circumference, and the lower a tube 6/10 in circumference, into which the upper half is capable of sliding. In the second Tartar invasion of China, the emperor's son was taken prisoner by the Tartar chief and made to carry his umbrella when he went out hunting. Starting from the royal significance attached to the umbrella, came a feeling of veneration for it, very different from the contempt with which we are nowadays too apt to regard it. It was represented by many ancient nations as shading their gods. In the Hindu mythology, Vishnu is said to have paid a visit to the infernal regions with his umbrella over his head. One would think that in few places could an umbrella have been less appropriate, but doubtless Vishnu knew what he was about, and had his own reasons for carrying his parapluie under his arm. Perhaps, like Mrs. Gamp, he could not be separated from it. So much for the ancient history of our subject in the East. We may now go on to countries about which we know a little more than of ancient China and Assyria. In Greece, as Becker tells us in his Charicles, the parasol was an indispensable adjunct to a lady of fashion. It had also its religious signification. In the Sciophoria, the feast of Athene Sciras, a white parasol was borne by the priestesses of the goddess from the Acropolis to the Phalerus. In the feasts of Dionysus, in that at Alea in Arcadia, where he was exposed under an umbrella, and elsewhere, the umbrella was used, and in an old bas relief the same god is represented as descending ad inferos with a small umbrella in his hand, like Vishnu before mentioned. There was also another festival in which they appeared, though without any mystical signification. In the Panacea, the daughters of the Medici, or foreign residents, carried parasols over the heads of the Athenian women as a mark of inferiority. Tas parthenons ton metikon skidaphedophorin and teas rompeas anankazan. O Elian VH VI 1. Footnote: They compelled the maidens of the Medici to act as umbrella bearers in the processions. Its use seems to have been confined to women. In Pausanias there is a description of a tomb near Pheræ, a Greek city. On the tomb was the figure of a woman. Themapaina de ote prosekeca skaidan ferosa. Pausanias lib. VII. Cap 22, section 6. Footnote: And by her stood a female slave bearing a parasol. Aristophanes seems to mention it among the common articles of female use. Amen men garson eti kai nun tanchon o kanon oi kalathiokoi to sky deon. Aristophanes, Thesmoph 821. Footnote: For now our loom is safe, our weaving beam, our baskets and umbrella. It occurs frequently on vases, and is in shape like that now used. It could be put up and down. Ta de ota gaan sun ne all, exepetanuto osper skaidion, kai pelen junageto, arist ec 1347. Footnote: But your ears, by Jove, are stretched out like a parasol, and now again shut up. Which the scholiast explains: Ekatenetai decai systelletai proston katapeagonta kairon. Footnote: Are opened and shut as need requires. For a man to carry one was considered a mark of effeminacy, as appears from the following fragment of Anacreon: Skydiskaean elephantinian forae gunanexin autos. Athenaeus, lib. XII. Cap. 46, section 534. Footnote: He carries an ivory parasol, as women do. Plutarch makes Aristides speak of Xerxes as sitting under a canopy or umbrella looking at the sea fight. Kathinos hupt skiadi chrysae. Plut. Therm. C. 16. p. 120. Footnote: Sitting under a golden canopy. And of Cleopatra in like manner. Uposkiaidi chrysopasto. Plut. Anton. C. 26. p. 927. Footnote: Under a gold-wrought canopy. From Greece it is probable that the use of the parasol passed to Rome, where it seems to have been commonly used by women, while it was the custom even for effeminate men to defend themselves from the heat by means of the umbrallaculum, formed of skin or leather, and capable of being lowered at will. We find frequent reference to the umbrella in the Roman classics, and it appears that it was, not unlikely, a post of honor among maidservants to bear it over their mistresses. Allusions to it are tolerably frequent in the poets. Virgil's Munimen ad Imbris, Footnote: a shelter for the shower. Probably has nothing to do with umbrellas, but more definite mention of them is not wanting. Ovid speaks of Hercules carrying the parasol of Omphale. Aurea pellebant rapidos umbracula solis, qui tamen Hercule sustenere manus. Ov. Fast. Lib. II. 131 I. Footnote: a golden umbrella warded off the keen sun which even the hands of Hercules have borne. Martial speaks of a servant carrying the parasol, umbellium lusca lagdi ferris domine, Mart. Lib. Xi. chapter 73. Footnote: mayest thou, Lygid, be parasol carrier for a publind mistress. Juvenal mentions an umbrella as a present. En xui tu viridem umbellum xui succina mitas. Juv. Ix. 50. Footnote: see to whom it is sent a green umbrella and amber ornaments. Ovid advises a lover to make himself agreeable by holding his mistress's parasol. Ipsi teni distentia suis umbracula virgis. Ov. Ars. Am. II. 209. Footnote: yourself hold up the umbrella spread out by its rods. This shows that the umbrella was of much the same construction as ours. A very common use for it was in the theatre, whenever, from wind or other cause, the velarium or huge awning stretched over the building, always open to the air, could not be put up. Accipi qui nimios vincant umbraculus solus sit licet et ventus tutua vela tegont. Mart. Lib. Xiv. Ep. 28. Footnote: take this which may shield you from the sun's excessive rays, so may your own sail shield you, even should the breeze blow. By tua vela is to be understood your own umbrella. And elsewhere the same writer gives the advice: engrigiere viam coelo licet usque sereno, ad subitas nunquam scortia desit aquas. Man. Lib. Xiv. Ep. 130. Footnote: though with a bright sky you begin your journey, let this cloak ever be at hand in case of unexpected showers. It will be noticed from the above extracts that the umbrella does not appear to have been used among the Romans as a defense from rain, and this is curious enough, for we know that the theatres were protected by the velarium or awning, which was drawn across the arena whenever a sudden shower came on. Strange that this self-evident application of the umbrella should not have occurred to a nation generally so ingenious in the invention of every possible luxury. Possibly the expense bestowed on the decoration of the umbraculum was the reason for its not being applied to what we cannot but regard as a legitimate use. After the founding of Constantinople, the custom of great people carrying an umbrella seems to have arisen, but in Rome it appears only to have been used as a luxury, never as a mark of distinction. Pliny speaks of umbrellas made of palm leaves, but from other sources we may gather that the Romans, at all events in the days of the empire, lavished as much splendor on their umbrella as on all the articles of their dress. Ovid, as quoted above, speaks of an umbrella inwrought with gold, and Claudian in the same way has: Nu defensura calorum aurea submoviant rapidos umbracula solis. Claude. Lib. VIII. D. IV. Cons. Honorii 1. 340. Footnote: nor, to protect you from the heat, let the golden umbrella ward off the keen sun's rays. From this we may conclude that the carrying an umbrella was in some sort a mark of effeminacy. In another place, carrying the umbrella is alluded to as one of the duties of a slave. Jam non umbracula tollunt virginibus, etc. Footnote: now they do not carry girls' parasols. Gorius says that the umbrella came to Rome from the Etruscans, and it certainly appears not infrequently on Etruscan vases, as also on later gems. One gem, figured by Pacudius, shows an umbrella with a bent handle sloping backwards. Strabo describes a sort of screen or umbrella worn by Spanish women, but this is not like a modern umbrella. Very many curious facts are connected with the use of the umbrella throughout the East, where it was nearly everywhere one of the insignia of royalty, or at least of high rank. M. de Loubrer, who was an envoy extraordinary from the French king to the King of Siam in 1687 and 1688, wrote an account entitled A New Historical Relation of the Kingdom of Siam, which was translated in 1693 into English. According to his account, the use of the umbrella was granted to some only of the subjects by the king. An umbrella with several circles, as if 2 or 3 umbrellas were fastened on the same stick, was permitted to the king alone. The nobles carried a single umbrella, with painted cloths hanging from it. The Talapoins, who seem to have been a sort of Siamese monk, had umbrellas made of a palm leaf cut and folded, so that the stem formed a handle. The same writer describes the audience chamber of the King of Siam. In his quaint old French he says, Pour tout meuble il n'y a qu'à 3 parasols en devant la fenêtre, en offrande et 2 réceptrandes aux 2 côtés de la fenêtre. Le parasol est censé par là séquer le dés et l'ensoleiller. Tavernier, in his Voyage to the East, says that on each side of the Mogul's throne were 2 umbrellas, and also describes the hall of the King of Ava as decorated with an umbrella. The Maratha princes who reigned at Pune and Satara had the title of Chhatrapati, Lord of the Umbrella. Chhatra or Chata has been suggested as the derivation of satrapes, extrapes, in Theopompus, and it seems a probable derivation enough. The chata of the Indian and Burmese princes is large and heavy, and requires a special attendant who has a regular position in the royal household. In Ava it seems to have been part of the king's title, that he was King of the White Elephant and Lord of the 24 Umbrellas. Persons of rank in the Maharashtra court, who were not permitted the right of carrying an umbrella, used a screen, a flat vertical disc called abgir, carried by an attendant. Even now the umbrella has not lost its emblematic meaning. In 1855 the King of Burma directed a letter to the Marquis of Dalhousie, in which he styles himself His Great, Glorious, and Most Excellent Majesty, who reigns over the kingdoms of Thanaparanta, Tapapanida, and all the great umbrella-wearing chiefs of the eastern countries. Thus we see that the same signification which was attached to the umbrella by the ancient people of Nineveh still remains connected with it even in our own time. In the Great Exhibition of 1851 was the splendid umbrella belonging to His Highness the Maharaja of Najpur. The ribs and stretchers, 16 in number, divided the umbrella into as many segments covered with silk, exquisitely embroidered with gold and silver ornaments. The upper part of the design was complete in each department, but at the lower it was formed into a graceful running border, to which a fringe was attached. The handle was hollow and formed of thick silver plates. In Bengal it appears that no distinction is attached to the umbrella, since the poorer classes there used a chata, or small umbrella, made of leaves of the Licerata peltata. These are of conical form, and have numerous ribs and stretchers. The higher class in Assam use a similar umbrella. In China, the use of the umbrella does not appear to have been confined, as in India and Persia, to royalty, but it was always, as it is now, a mark of high rank, though not exclusively so. There seems to have been no particular rule about it, but it carried with it some peculiar distinction, for on one occasion at least, we hear of 24 umbrellas being carried before the emperor when he went out hunting. Here it is, what it appears to be in no other Eastern country, a defense against rain rather than sun, and while the richer people do not go out much while it is wet, the poorer classes wear a dress that protects them from the weather. In the rainy season, for instance, a Chinese boatman wears a coat of straw and a hat of straw and bamboo. Such a dress, of course, renders an umbrella superfluous, and it matters little to the wearer how hard the rain may pelt. Nevertheless, great numbers of umbrellas are exported from China to India, the Indian archipelago, and even South America. In the 1851 exhibition, 2 only were shown. Of them the report says, "They present nothing remarkable beyond the great number of ribs, which amount to 42. The ribs are formed of wood, and instead of being embraced by the fork of the stretcher, as in the case of European umbrellas, they have a groove cut out in the middle of their lengths, into which the stretcher is secured by a stud of wood. The head of each rib fits into a notch formed in the ring of wood, which is fastened onto the top of the stick, there being a separate notch for each rib. The slide is of wood, and has 42 notches, namely, 1 for each stretcher, which, like the ribs, is formed of wood. The covering of the umbrellas exhibited is one of oily paper coarsely painted." But the use of the umbrella traveled westward, and with it the custom of regarding it as a mark of dignity. Amongst the Arabs the umbrella was a mark of distinction. Niebuhr, who traveled in southern Arabia, describes a procession of the Imam of Sana'a. In it, the Imam and each of his princes of his numerous family caused a madala, or large umbrella, to be carried by his side, and it is a privilege which, in this country, is appropriate to princes of the blood, just as the Sultan of Constantinople permits none but his vizier to have his caiccheek, or gondola, covered behind, to keep him from the heat of the sun. The same writer goes on to say that many independent chiefs of Yemen carried madalas as a mark of their independence. In Morocco, according to a passage quoted by a writer in the Penny magazine from the travels of Ali Bey, the emperor alone and his family are allowed to use it. The retinue of the Sultan was composed of a troop of from 15 to 20 men on horseback. About 100 steps behind them came the Sultan, who was mounted on a mule, with an officer bearing his umbrella, who rode by his side also on a mule. The umbrella is a distinguishing sign of the sovereign of Morocco. Nobody but himself, his sons, or his brothers dare to make use of it. In Turkey the umbrella is common. A vestige of the reverence once attached to it remains in the custom of compelling everybody who passes the palace where the Sultan is residing to lower his umbrella as a mark of respect. And, at all events, some years back, before the Crimean War had introduced so many Europeans to Constantinople, any one neglecting to pay the required reverence stood in considerable danger of a lively reminder from the sentry on duty. Before concluding this chapter, it may not be out of place to make a few remarks as to the origin of the word umbrella, as we have done regarding the thing itself. The English name is borrowed from the Italian ombrella. The Latin term umbrella is applied by botanists to those blossoms which are clustered at the extremities of several spokes, radiating from the common stem like the metallic props of the umbrella. The name, as is seen, does not give the slightest idea of the use of the article designated, as is often the case with words we practical folk employ, and we might as well take a lesson from our cousins, German or French, who have invented distinct names for the weapon used to ward off the rays of the sun, and that employed against rain, namely, Regenschirm, Parapluie, Sonnenschirm, Parasol. These are better than our names, even though both the French words labor under the disadvantage of being hybrids, half Greek and half Latin. Such, then, is the ancient history of the umbrella, as far as our research has enabled us to trace it, and indeed we are now not a little surprised at the result of these labors which have enabled us to discover so much. End of Umbrellas and Their History by William Sangster, Chapters 1 through 2. Recording by Seneca Suter, Denver, Colorado, August 2011.
Let's Collect Rocks and Shells by the Shell Union Oil Corporation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Let's Collect Rocks and Shells by the Shell Union Oil Company. Introduction. Millions of people throughout the world have found many hours of pleasure, adventure, and education by collecting either rocks or shells. This booklet won't tell you everything there is to know about rocks and shells. That would require many large volumes. We only want to arouse your curiosity about two delightful pastimes that are so broad and varied that they can lead to a career or a satisfying hobby. Shell Oil Company's interest in the subjects comes from its history and the nature of its business. The name, chosen by a company that was founded years before anyone thought of drilling for oil, comes from the seashells this company brought from the Orient for use in mother-of-pearl items such as buttons and knife handles. Now its world-famous emblem, the pecten, is recognized by millions of people in every walk of life. It's on service stations, trucks, buildings, oil derricks, and chemical plants. Even the company's industrial lubricants are named for shells because shells have the same scientific names everywhere in the world. For an oil company, rocks have a special interest. Crude oil is found not in underground lakes or pools, but in the tiny spaces between grains of sand or in the pores of rocks. Only certain types of rock formations are favorable to the accumulation of oil. Thus, oil men need to know everything they can about the right kind of rocks. Shell has scientists who work with rocks all day and laboratories filled with rock, mineral, and crystal specimens. We are always learning new things about them. The pages that follow provide basic information about two subjects that can be richly rewarding whether you follow them for profit, as Shell does, or for pleasure, as millions of people around the world do. Seashells. What are they? First, the seashell is one of the 100,000 species of backboneless animals belonging to the zoological group known as the mollusca. Mollusks include not only the familiar clams, scallops, and snails, but also the squids, octopus, and chambered nautilus. Other shells found in the ocean include those of crabs, lobsters, barnacles, and sea urchins. True molluscan shells come in two main varieties, bivalves and univalves. Bivalves have two valves, fitting together along a tooth hinge on one side and kept closed by means of adductor muscles. Univalves have only one shell, usually coiled, but sometimes shaped like a cap or miniature volcano. Some marine univalves can seal themselves inside with an operculum, which covers the open end of the shells like a trap door. Although shells take on many different shapes, they are much alike inside. Each has a foot, a breathing siphon, a tiny brain and heart, and a fleshy mantle which secretes lime for shell building. Most true mollusks have eyes, but a few are blind. Many have teeth, called radulae. Like any other animal, the mollusk generally moves about. It pushes along on the ocean floor on its foot, or it might swim a little. It lays millions of eggs and hatches countless baby mollusks. It lives its life in its shell, lugging it along, snuggling into it when alarmed, burrowing into mud, fastening itself to a rock and creating ingenious camouflage. It builds its calcareous house with a great instinctive talent for color and sculpture, and the closer it lives to the tropical zones, the more beautifully spectacular is its art. The two parts of a bivalve shell are like thin saucers, concave inside, convex outside. The inside is smooth, polished. The outside is rougher, sometimes with graceful ribs or concentric ridges, or combinations of both. Univalves are conical and spiraling, with a series of whorls coming down like widening steps from the tiny nucleus on top. Univalves may have spines on their shoulders. The opening, called the aperture, has a delicate right-hand rim called the lip, and a heavy left-hand edge called the columella. Figure captions. Bivalves anatomy. A. Foot. B. Adductor muscles. C. Gills. D. Hinge. E. Adductor muscles. F. Siphon. G. Stomach. H. Mantle. Oysters, clams, mussels, all have them. Univalves anatomy. As before, A. Foot. B. Siphon. C. Mantle, but also D. Operculum. Univalves include whelks, winkles, conchs. Chambered nautilus is brother to the octopus, but he wears his castle permanently and on the outside. The shell as an architect. How does he do it? Picture a vast undersea factory with billions of shells in constant production. Each is made slowly and entirely of lime which the little animal inside extracts from its food, almost from the first day of its life. Each shell builder flawlessly follows the shape and design of the species to which it belongs. All these sea animals come from eggs, all different according to species, but all laid in measureless abundance, sometimes released into the open ocean, sometimes protected in home-made nests, sometimes encased in capsules strung like beads. Hatched, most baby mollusks swim freely for a while, their tiny transparent bodies almost invisible to the naked eye. Then they start building a heavier shell and sink to the bottom. Each shell's mantle contains a network of microscopic tubes. Each tube secretes a tiny amount of lime, which instantly adheres to the shell. The animal builds his shell to the proper size and thickness and determines its ridges and whorls. Some kinds of shells take 2 to 5 years to reach maturity. Others keep growing all their lives. Color tubes are space-like holes on a player piano roll, allowing pigments to tint the shell at the right spots in the growing design. Many shells are covered with a self-made brown sheath, the periostracum. Figure captions. Most shells don't change basic structure as they grow. Young cowries, left, however, alter greatly in maturity, right. Tough lozenge-shaped egg cases. On this string hatch baby whelks like ones shown. Newborn mollusks are usually free swimming, moved by hairs. The shell is there, but transparent for a few days. Let's meet some shells. Latin abounds in conchology, as you've already noticed. Why? Well, because this is a hobby and science that spans the world. Englishmen, Frenchmen, Greeks, and Indians all have their own local names for shells. But scientists everywhere give things in nature Latin names. Shells of the same sort carry the same Latin label on every beach in every sea. Much of the fascination of shell collecting is learning these names and how they are derived, for shells have been named for almost everything. We can't catalog 100,000 species here, but let's call off the names of a few of the interesting specimens you might come across. Many shells have wonderfully descriptive names. For example, there's Arca zebra, which has stripes and looks like a miniature turkey wing and is commonly called turkey wing. Then there's a scallop called the lion's paw, Nerita peloranta, or bleeding tooth, and Cypraea cervinetta, little deer cowrie, which resembles a spotted fawn. Cowrie is a common name for a kind of shell used as money in parts of Africa and Asia. There are shells named for people. Conus Juliae, Julia's cone shell. Pleurotomella, Jeffreysii, Jeffrey's pleurotomella. And Aclis walleri, Waller's Aclis. Many are named for the place they were first discovered. Eurosalpinx, Tampaensis, Tampa drill. Iphigenia braziliana, Brazil clam. Some shells take their names from flowers. Phascoriolaria tulipa, tulip shell. Many get names from mammals, not always too accurately. Cypre tigris and Cypre zebra both have spots, not stripes. But Cypre talpa, mole cowrie, does not look like a mole. Then let's skip the Latin this time, magpie shell, mottled dove shell, mouse cone, horse conch, checkered pheasant, and Cuban frog shell. There's mythology. Venus, Neptuniae, Pandora, Tritonis. Music. Buccinum, trumpet. Citharas, guitar. Harpa. Religion is represented too. In the genus Mitra are species Pontificalis, Episcopalis, Papalis, and Patriarchalis. Some other fanciful names are Great Heart, Jewel, Box, Rising Sun, Checkerboard, Woodlouse, Writing Shell, Sundial, Keyhole Limpet, Red Turban, and Black Lace Murex. And that's where we stop and draw a breath. You'll find others. There are literally thousands more. You've got to be a detective. These little animals are the natural food for many of the larger undersea creatures, so one of their greatest talents is hiding. Approaching danger, whether from octopus, fish, or man, arouses caution in a small mollusk, and it becomes as inconspicuous as it can. This can be pretty inconspicuous, as the novice conchologist learns early in his search. Remember, by all means, don't be a landlubber. Get into the water. No matter where you go shelling up north, down south, in the west, or in the tropics, you won't get any satisfaction, or value, from collecting dead shells washed up on a beach. To build a good collection, you should take your mollusks alive, then clean and prepare them yourself. More about that later. You won't find live ones unless you go where they live. Figure captions. Conus spurius, alphabet cone. Certopleura costata, angel wing. Terebrandus locata, Atlantic auger. Murex delectus, lace murex. Epitonium humphreysii, Humphrey's wettletrap. Luropecten nodotus, lion's paw. Fasciolaria distans, banded tulip. Diodora cayennensis, keyhole limpet. Anatina plicatella, channel duck. Where to look? Many shells are endowed with perfect camouflage. The colorful sea fans off Florida are hiding places for the Simnia, whose long purple or yellow shells, clinging to sea fans and matching perfectly in color, are nearly indiscernible. Other shells create disguises as they go along. In Florida waters, a pile of dead and broken shells may be worth investigating. Xenophora conchyliophora, carrier shell, might be under it. It cements the old, discarded shells to its own. Northern tide pools accommodate many kinds of littorina, periwinkles. These pretty little shells, in shades of yellow to brown, are well concealed among the dimly lit seaweed. Along any rocky shore, limpets grow as wide as 2 inches, but remain hard to find. Their turtle-back shells, covered with moss, look just like rocks, and they stick so tightly to the big rocks that, even when they are seen, they can scarcely be pried loose. Abundant on wave-washed beaches of both the north and the south are dead shells of another perfectly camouflaged clam called arca. When alive, the shells are covered with hairy, brown or black epidermis and look like pebbles among tufts of seaweed and marine grass. On the west coast, the abalone is a most typical species in addition to being a delicious food. The bright-hued shell is widely used for souvenirs such as ashtrays and is in demand for buttons and decorative purposes. Most shells of interest to the collector are found in the sea, but not all. Living forest mollusks have been found 18,000 feet high in the Himalayas. And in this country a great variety of mollusks live in rivers, ponds, and even hot springs. Several species are peculiar to the Nile River. Also, species of mollusks live on land, for example, the common garden snail. Wherever you go, be it the South Seas, a mountain lake, or the shoals off the Gulf Coast, you'll find shells to collect and opportunities to expand your hobby. Collectors should familiarize themselves with local regulations. In some areas, such as parks and marine sanctuaries, collection of shells and other marine organisms may be restricted or prohibited. Starting a collection, here's how. Knowing where to look for shells, you probably wonder when is the best time. The answer is anytime. Mollusks know no season. Some species appear suddenly for several days and then vanish. Others can be found almost any time. Most mollusks appear at night, and others work only in the daytime and go out of sight after dark. The tides may have something to do with it. So does the weather. It can be hot or cold, dry or rainy. While you won't find the same shell at all times, you'll find a great variety at any time. What to take? The things pictured on page 8 should be enough. If you're going out on the coral reefs along Florida, it would be wise to keep your legs covered as protection against stings or scratches. Don't forget to wear some kind of shoes in the water. Even though you're wearing a mask or goggles, take along a gig or some slender stick and feel your way along so you don't fall into a hole you can't see in the deceptive near tropical waters. If, despite precautions, you get a sea urchin's needle-like spine broken off in your skin, soak the wound in vinegar, which will dissolve the fragments and stop the pain in a few minutes. Tiny shells buried in sand can be netted in your sieve. Clinging ones must be chiseled off rocks. Frail, delicate clingers should be gently nudged loose with tweezers. Submerged sandbars are good spots to find several kinds of univalves and bivalves, but the latter will dig themselves quickly out of sight, as far down as several feet. When you see one going underground, don't dig directly over it. You might break its shell. Instead, dig to one side and break the mud or sand away with your hands. After you've had a good day's haul and a rest, you'll need one. You must clean your shells. Put your tiniest, most fragile ones in rubbing alcohol. Put the rest in a pot of fresh water and slowly bring it to a boil. Let them cool in the water slowly to prevent the glossy shells from cracking. When cool, your bivalves will be gaping open. Simply scrape them clean. Your univalves will be more difficult. Remove the animal with a crochet hook or other piece of bent wire, turning it gently with the spiral. Try to get it out whole to save yourself trouble. Save the univalve's operculum and slice it off the muscle that holds it. It will preserve indefinitely and is a valuable part of the shell. Clean the shell's exterior by scraping it gently with a dull knife or nail file, then soaking it in a Clorox solution, 1 cup to 2 quarts of water, for 2 hours. Some will be covered with an ugly skin. Scientists keep this intact, and you should try too. The best collections have 2 of each species, one with and one without the epidermis. After your clean shells have dried, in shade, not sun, go over them with a rag dampened in light oil. This ensures preservation and restores their natural luster. Every 3 months or so, rub them with oil again. Their most delicate colors will remain brilliant for years. Don't ever use shellac, lacquer, or varnish. Get a reference book from your library and identify your shells. Keep an account of when and where you collect them. Store your shells in closed containers to protect them from sunlight and dust. Almost any set of small drawers or a cabinet will do. Matchboxes or pillboxes are excellent for small specimens. For display purposes, glass-covered cases are best to prevent handling of the shells. A shell's beauty is often deceptive. Many unattractive and drab shells are worth hundreds of dollars, while the most colorful are frequently valued at $1 or less. The rarity of a species determines its value. A truly valuable shell may come from deep, inaccessible waters or remote lands, or it may be one of an extinct species. A slit shell collected 100 fathoms down in waters off the British West Indies is valued at $1,000. Another undersea treasure, the glory of the seas, was first found in 1771, and one time would bring the conchologist $1,500. The greatest rarities, however, are truly valueless and are not for sale. And there it is, the fascinating hobby of shell collecting. It's a lot of work, but a lot of fun too. Figure captions. Take a sieve or an orange sack. Besides carrying your shells, it may help you catch them. A few pint bottles will hold delicate ones. Mask or goggles is essential for looking underwater. Bathing suit or old clothes, of course. High shoes or sneakers. Never go barefoot. Heavy cloth gloves. Watch for sunburn. Gig or fish spear if you're going south to keep pesky crabs, sea urchins off. Clam digging hoe or trowel for burrowing shells. Vinegar for first aid in case you're stuck by urchin spines. Chisel and hammer to get the clingers. Spatula for frail limpets. You may find other hardware handy, but these are the basic. Now let's look at rocks. Rocks are made of minerals. Rocks, to begin with, are made of minerals. What is a mineral? The definition may sound difficult. A mineral is a chemical element or compound, combination of elements, occurring naturally as the result of inorganic processes. But don't be discouraged. Things will clear up soon. The world contains more than 1,100 kinds of minerals. These can be grouped in three general classes. 1. Metallic minerals. These include things most of us would think of if we are asked to name some minerals. Familiar examples are copper, silver, mercury, iron, nickel, and cobalt. Most of them are found in combination with other things, as ores. We get lead from galena, or lead sulfide. Tin comes from the ore cassiterite. Zinc from sapphirite and zinc blende, or blackjack. Chromium, that makes the family car shiny, comes from chromite. Many minerals yield aluminum. Uranium occurs in about 50 minerals, nearly all rare. 24-karat gold is a metallic mineral. A 14-karat gold ring contains 14/24 or 58% gold. An average sample of Earth contains 9% aluminum, 5.5% iron, 0.1% zinc, 0.008% copper, 0.004% tin, 0.002% lead, 0.00005% uranium, and 0.0000006% gold or platinum. It would be hopelessly expensive to recover such metals from an average ton of earth. That's why metallic minerals are taken from concentrated deposits in mines. Many valuable minerals are found in veins running through rock. Veins can be formed when A. Mineral-laden groundwater seeps into cracks, evaporates, and leaves mineral grains that build up into a vein. B. Hot water from deep within the earth fills the crack, then cools and deposits much of the material in solution as minerals in a vein, sometimes including metals such as gold and silver. C. Molten gaseous material squeezes into cracks near the earth's surface, then slowly hardens into a vein. 2. Non-metallic minerals. These are of great importance to certain industries. You will find them in insulation and filters. They are used exclusively in the ceramic and chemical industries. They include sulfur, graphite, the lead in pencils, gypsum, halite, rock salt, borax, talc, asbestos, and quartz. Undoubtedly, you'll have some non-metallic minerals in your collection. Rocks containing asbestos are especially handsome and varied. 3. Rock-forming minerals. These are the building materials of the earth. They make mountains and valleys. They furnish the ingredients of soil and the salt of the sea. They are largely silicates. That is, they contain silicon and oxygen. Silicon is a non-metallic element, always found in combination with something else. It is second only to oxygen as the chief elementary constituent of the Earth's crust. Other rock-forming minerals are the large family of micas, with names like muscovite and phlogopite. There are the feldspars, including albite and orthoclase. Others are amphibiols, pyroxenes, zeolites, garnets, and many others you may never find or hear about unless you become a true mineralogist. A rock may be made almost entirely of one mineral or of more than one mineral. Rocks containing different combinations of the same minerals are different. Even two things made of the same single mineral can be quite different. Carbon may turn up as a lump of coal or a diamond. How minerals got their names. Names of most minerals end in "ite." Apatite, calcite, dolomite, fluorite, but many do not. Amphibole, copper, the most common pure metal in rocks, feldspar, galena, gypsum, hornblende, mica, quartz. Many minerals take their names from a Greek word referring to some outstanding property of the mineral. For example, hematite, an oxide of iron, was named about 325 BC from the Greek haima or blood because of the color of its powder. Some minerals are named for the locality in which they were first discovered. Coloradoite was first found in Colorado. Benitoite turned up in San Benito County, California. And so with labradorite and brazilite. Other minerals got their names from famous people. Willemite is named in honor of Willem I, King of the Netherlands. The great German poet-philosopher, Goethe, could turn up in your collections as goethite. And there's smithsonite, named for James Smithson, the founder of the Smithsonian Institute. Figure captions: gold, jasper, uncut diamond, quartz, violet in color, halite, Carlsbad, New Mexico, calcite, South Dakota, copper, turquoise, brilliant color, out of this world. Some minerals come from outer space. They're meteorites, which are rock fragments. Every day, hundreds of millions of them enter the Earth's atmosphere. Most of them, however, are burned up by the heat from air friction and never reach the ground. Meteors large enough to reach the Earth are called meteorites. Most minerals found in meteorites are the same as those we have on Earth, but there are some rare minerals known only in meteorites. Two of them are cohenite and scribersite. Main kinds of rocks. Rocks are the building blocks of the Earth's crust. They may be massive, as in granite ledges, or tiny. Soil, gravel, sand, and clay are rocks. There are three main types of rocks. 1. Igneous rocks are those formed at very high temperatures or molten materials. They come from magmas, molten mixtures of minerals, often containing gases. They come from deep below the surface of the Earth. If they cool off while below the surface, they form intrusive rocks, which may later be revealed by erosion. When magmas reach the surface red hot, they form extrusive rocks, such as volcanic rocks. Thus granite is igneous, intrusive rock. Lava is an igneous, extrusive rock. Notice how the type of rock tells its past history, if you know what to look for. 2. Sedimentary rocks are formed by the action of wind, water, or organisms. They cover about 3/4 of the Earth's surface. Most are laid down as sediments on the bottom of rivers, lakes, and seas. Many have been moved by water, wind, waves, currents, ice, or gravity. The most common sedimentary rocks are sandstones, limestones, conglomerates, and shales. Oil is found in sedimentary formations. 3. Metamorphic rocks are those that have been changed from what they were at first into something else, by heat, pressure, or chemical action. All kinds of rocks can be changed. The result is a new crystalline structure, the formation of new minerals, or a change in the rock's texture. Slate was once shale. Marble came from limestone. Gneiss is perhaps reworked granite. Figure captions. Igneous rocks are formed at high temperatures or from molten materials. They come from deep beneath the earth. They can be intrusive or extrusive, depending on where they cool off. Sedimentary rocks are formed by the action of wind, water, or organisms. They usually are laid down on the bottom of rivers, lakes, and seas. Most of the Earth's surface is covered by these rocks. Oil is found in sedimentary formations. Metamorphic rocks are changed from their original state into something else. Heat, pressure, chemical action change the crystalline structure, the texture, even form new minerals. All kinds of rock can be changed. A word on fossils. Perhaps you'll find rocks containing fossils, or even fossils by themselves. They should form a separate part of your collection. Fossils are the remains, or the outlines, of former plant and animal life buried in rock. The older the rock, the simpler the plant and animal life it contains. Thus fossils can give a clue to the age of the rock strata. Fossils can teach history. They tell us about plants and animals that are now extinct, the dinosaur, for example. They can also tell of ancient climates. Coral found in rocks in Greenland suggests it must have once been warm. Remains of fir and spruce trees have been found in the tropics. How are fossils formed? Teeth, bone, and wood don't last long in their original state. However, buried materials decompose, leaving a film of carbon as a fossil. This results in a leaf tracery, or the outlines of some simple animal. On a gigantic scale, this process of forming carbon has resulted in our great coal deposits. Sometimes the buried material is gradually replaced by silica or other substances, making petrified objects. Wood can be replaced, cell by cell, by agate or opal from silica-bearing water. The result is petrified wood, the finest examples of which can be found in our Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona. This can happen to shells too. How about molds and casts of footprints of ancient animals? A brontosaurus might have stomped along a soft, warm mud eons ago. The mud hardened, and later another layer of soft earth covered the print, preserving it. Collecting. If you want to collect rocks and minerals just for the sake of having them, you can buy specimens. Many can be purchased for 25 cents to $1 each, while a rare specimen can cost hundreds of dollars. The true pleasure is in finding your own samples. Later, when you have a good-sized collection, you can fill gaps by buying specimens or swapping extras with other collectors. You'll be amazed at the number of amateur collectors. Perhaps no branch of science owes more to the work of amateurs than mineralogy. Our great collection of minerals in the U.S. National Museum in Washington, D.C., was gathered almost entirely by two amateurs who devoted many years and much money to their hobby. Where to look? Look for pebbles by the roadside, in beds of streams and riverbanks. Go out into the country for ledges on hillsides. Every road cut, cliff, bank, excavation, or quarry shows rocks and minerals. Railroad cuts, rock pits, dump piles around mines, building sites, they'll all yield specimens. Some of the best mineral specimens collected in New York City came from skyscraper and subway excavations. Help a New England farmer clear his field, and you'll have more rocks than you know what to do with. As for reference books, many states publish guides to mineral deposits. Mineralogical magazines list mineral localities. Tips for the field. Do not try to collect too much at once. Work early in the day or late in the afternoon. A hot sun on bare rock can make you sizzle, especially if you're loaded with equipment and samples. Here's the equipment to take. Newspapers for wrapping samples, notebook and pencil, geologist pick, cold chisel, magnifying glass, compass, heavy gloves, a knife, and a knapsack. Later on, you may want a Geiger counter for spotting radioactive rocks. Be selective. Hand-sized specimens are the best. If your sample is too large, trim it to size, showing its most striking feature to best advantage. When you wrap the sample in newspaper, include a note telling when and where you found it. This information will be transcribed to a filing card when you add the specimens to your display, so make it as complete and accurate as you can. When you get home, clean specimens with soapy warm water, applied with a soft brush. Soluble minerals like halite can't be washed, but should be rinsed with alcohol. A coat of clear lacquer will protect some samples against dirt. Arranging your collection. Put a spot of enamel on the specimen. Write on the spot, in India ink, a catalog number, and have this number refer to a card in a file drawer. The card should list date, place found, identification of specimen, etc. Group your samples. metallic minerals, semi-precious stones, non-metallic minerals. Display them on a shelf, or buy or build a mineral cabinet with partition drawers. For smaller samples, use a Riker mount with a glass top. Figure captions. A common rock. Here's the equipment to take. Newspapers for wrapping samples, notebook and pencil, geologist pick, cold chisel, magnifying glass, compass, heavy gloves, a knife, and a knapsack. What do I have? How do you identify specimens? Get books and magazines on rocks and minerals. Many have colored pictures that help. But identification is best made by noting the physical characteristics of the rock or mineral. For minerals, there is a hardness scale in which a mineral of the higher number can scratch a mineral of the lower number, but not be scratched by it. The scale is 1. Talc, 2. Gypsum, 3. Calcite, 4. Fluorite, 5. Apatite, 6. Orthoclase, 7. Quartz, 8. Topaz, 9. Corundum, 10. Diamond. Remember it by this silly sentence. The girls can flirt and other queer things can do. When on a trip, remember that a fingernail has a hardness of 2.5, a penny 3, a knife blade 5.5, and a steel file 6.5. Use these to scratch your sample and you can get an approximate idea of its hardness. You can buy a set of hardness points. They're pointed pieces of minerals set in brass tubes, each marked with a hardness scale. The set costs about $30, half that if you assemble your own. Other tests for identifying minerals include specific gravity, weight of mineral compared to the weight of an equal volume of water, optical properties, and crystal form, color, and luster. Minerals differ in cleavage and fracture, how they come apart when cut. They leave distinctive streaks on unglazed porcelain. Some are magnetic, some have electrical properties, some glow under ultraviolet or black light, some are radioactive, some fuse under a low flame while others are unaffected. Many studies with the dissolved minerals can identify it beyond doubt. But most of these are too complicated for the beginner. As you read, look at pictures and samples, talk with rockhounds or leaders of mineralogy clubs. You'll get better at identifying rocks. Museum experts and your state's geologists can help too. Figure captions. Specific gravity balance. Blowpipe analysis. Gems for the lucky few. If you're lucky, you'll find gems or semi-precious stones. Gems are the finer, more crystalline forms of minerals which are ordinarily less beautiful and spectacular. True gems are diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and sapphires. All others are semi-precious and ornamental. Diamonds are pure carbon, but did you know that rubies and sapphires are corundum minerals, rare forms of alumina? In slightly different form, they turn up on emery paper. Other stones you might find are the quartz gems. Rose quartz, amethyst, rock crystal, agate, jasper, bloodstone, or opaque gems such as jade, moonstone, lapis lazuli, obsidian, and turquoise. You don't have to find them. You can buy gems in the rough or in blanks, then cut and polish them to make your own jewelry or decorations. This takes practice, plus a cutting and polishing outfit, wood vise, maybe a diamond wheel. Or you can join a lapidary club that might already have the equipment. First learn to make cabochons, stones with round or curved surfaces. Then try cutting facets or faces in transparent gems. Learn by reading, working with an expert, trial and error. Making jewelry is fun, and collecting gems is as interesting as collecting rocks and minerals. It brings the world into your home. From the west comes agates, jaspers, petrified woods. From the east, colorful marbles, serpentines, granites. Alaska, Idaho, Connecticut, or Austria will yield dark red garnets. Fine moonstones come from Ontario. Quartz crystals from Hot Springs, Arkansas, can be compared with similar ones from the Swiss Alps or Brazil. Rock collecting is a hobby you can tailor to your taste. But whether you concentrate on an area close to home or travel across whole continents, you'll find that the pleasure and knowledge you gain from your collection are matched by the fun and adventure of the search. Figure captions: drop sticks to hold stones, diamond cutting wheel. End of Let's Collect Rocks and Shells by the Shell Union Oil Company.
Essay 6 of Practical Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The University Ideal, Past and Present by Alexander Bain. Gentlemen, by your flattering estimate of my services, I have been unexpectedly summoned from retirement to assume the honours and the duties of the Purple, and to occupy the most historically important office in the universities of Europe. The present demands upon the rectorship somewhat resemble what we are told of the Homeric chief, who, in company with his council or senate, the Boule, and the popular assembly or agora, made up the political constitution of the tribe. The functions of the chief, it is said, were to supply wise counsel to the Boule, as we might call our court, and unctuous eloquence to the agora. The second of these requirements is what weighs upon me at the present moment. Whatever may have been the practice of my predecessors, generally strangers to you, it would be altogether unbecoming in me to travel out of our university life for the materials of an address. My remarks, then, will principally bear on the university ideal. The higher teaching in Greece. To the Greeks we are indebted for the earliest term of the university. It was with them chiefly that education took that great leap, the greatest ever made, from the traditional teaching of the home, the shop, the social surroundings, to schoolmaster teaching, properly so called. Nowadays, we, schoolmasters, think so much of ourselves that we do not make full allowance for that other teaching, which was for unknown ages the only teaching of mankind. The Greeks were the first to introduce, not perhaps the primary schoolmaster for the Rs, but certainly the secondary or higher schoolmaster, known as rhetorician or sophist, who taught the higher professions, while their philosophers or wise men introduced a kind of knowledge that gave scope to the intellectual faculties, with or without professional applications, the very idea of our faculty of arts. So self-asserting were these new-born teachers of the sophist class, that Plato thought it necessary to recall attention to the good old perennial source of instruction, the home, the trade, and the society. He pointed out that the pretenders to teach virtue by moral lecturing were as yet completely outrivalled by the influence of the family and the social pressure of the community. In like manner, the arts of life were all originally handed down by apprenticeship and imitation. The greatest statesmen and generals of early times had simply the education of the actual work. Philip of Macedon could have had no other teaching. His greater son was the first of the line to receive what we may call a liberal or a general education, under the educator of all Europe. Logic in the Middle Ages. The Middle Age and Boethius. I must skip 8 centuries to introduce the man that linked the ancient and the modern world, and was almost the sole luminary in the West during the Dark Ages, namely Boethius, minister of the Gothic Emperor Theodoric. As much of Aristotle as was known between the 6th and the 11th centuries was handed down by him. During that time only the logical treatises existed among the Latins, and of these the best parts were neglected. Historical importance attaches to a small circle of them known as the Old Logic (Vectus Logica), which were the pabulum of abstract thought for 5 dreary centuries. These consisted of the 2 treatises or chapters of Aristotle, called the Categories, and the De Interpretatione, or the Theory of Propositions, and of a book of Porphyry, the Neo-Platonist, entitled Introduction, Isagogy, and treating of the so-called 5 Predicables. 100 average pages would include them all, and 3 weeks would suffice to master them. Boethius, however, did much more than hand on these works to the medieval students. He translated the whole of Aristotle's logical writings, the Organon, but the others were seldom taken up. It was he too that handled the question of universals in his first dialogue on Porphyry, and sowed the seed that was not to germinate till 4 centuries afterwards, but which, when the time came, was to bear fruit in no measured amount. And Boethius is the name associated with the scheme of higher education that preceded the university teaching, called the Quadrivium, or quadruple group of subjects, namely, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. This, together with the Trivium, or preparatory group of 3 subjects, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, constituted what was known as the 7 liberal arts. But in the darkest ages, the quadrivium was almost lost sight of, and few went beyond the trivium. Eve of the University. In the 7th century, the era of deepest intellectual gloom, philosophy was at an entire standstill. Light arises with the 8th, when we are introduced to the cathedral and cloister schools of Charlemagne, and the 9th saw these schools fully established, and an educational reform completed that was to be productive of lasting good results. But the range of instruction was still narrow, scarcely proceeding beyond the old logic, and the teachers were, as formerly, the monks. The 11th century is really the period of dawn. The East was now opened up through the Crusades, and there was frequent intercourse with the learned Saracens of Spain, and thus there were brought into the West the whole of Aristotle's works, with Arabic commentaries, chiefly in Latin translations. The effervescence was prodigious and alarming. The schools were reinforced by a higher class of teachers, lay as well as clerical. A marked advance was made in logic and dialectic, and the great controversy of realism versus nominalism, which had found its birth in the previous century, raged with extraordinary vigor. We are now on the eve of the founding of the universities, Bologna indeed being already in existence. 2 classes of medieval churchmen. Separation of philosophy from theology. The university proper, however, can hardly be dated earlier than the 12th century, and the important particulars in its first constitution are these. First, the separation of philosophy from theology. To expound this would be to give a chapter of medieval history. Suffice it to say that Aristotle and the awakening intellect of the 11th century were the main causes of it. 2 classes of minds at this time divided the Church. The pious, devout believers, such as St. Bernard, who needed no reasons for their faith, and the polemic, speculative divines, such as Abelard, who wished to make theology rational. It was an age, too, of stirring political events. The crusading spirit was abroad, and found a certain gratification even in the war of words. The nature of universals was eagerly debated. But when this controversy came into collision with such leading theological doctrines as the Trinity and predestination, it was no longer possible for philosophy and theology to remain conjoined. A separation was effected, and determined the leading feature of the university system. The foundation was philosophy, and the fundamental faculty, the faculty of arts. Bologna, indeed, was eminent for law or jurisprudence, and this celebrity it retained for ages. But the University of Paris, which is the prototype of our Scottish universities, as of so many others, taught nothing but philosophy, in other words, had no faculty but arts, for many years. Neither theology, medicine, nor law had existence there till the 13th century. Second, the system of conferring degrees, after appropriate trials. These were at first simply a license to teach. They acquired their commanding importance through the action of Pope Nicholas I, who gave to the graduates of the University of Paris the power of teaching everywhere, a power that our own countrymen were the foremost to turn to account. The office of rector. Third, the organization of the primitive university. Europe was unsettled. Even in the capitals, the civil power was often unhinged. Wherever multitudes came together there was manifested a spirit of turbulence. The universities often exemplified this fact, and it was found necessary to establish a government within themselves. The basis was popular, but while in Paris only the teaching body was incorporated, in Bologna the students had a voice. They elected the rector, and his jurisdiction was very great indeed, and much more important than speechifying to his constituents. His court had the power of internal regulation, with both a civil and criminal jurisdiction. The Scotch universities on this point followed Bologna, and that fact is the remote cause of this day's meeting. Scotchmen abroad. The Universities of Scotland founded. So started the university. The idea took, and in 3 centuries many of the leading towns in Italy, France, the German Empire, had their universities. In England arose Oxford and Cambridge. The model was Paris or Bologna. Scotland did not at first enter the race of university founding, but worked on the plan of the cuckoo by laying its eggs in the nests of others. For 2 centuries Scotchmen were almost shut out of England, and so could not make for themselves a career in Oxford and Cambridge, as in later times. They had, however, at home good grammar schools, where they were grounded in Latin. They perambulated Europe, and were familiar figures in the great university towns, and especially Paris. From their disputatious and metaphysical aptitude, they worked their upward way. And gladly would they learn, and gladly teach. At length the nation did take up the work in good earnest. In 1411 was founded the first of the St. Andrew's Colleges. 1451 is the date of Glasgow. 1494, King's College, Aberdeen. These are the pre-Reformation colleges. But for the Reformation we might not have had any other. Their founders were ecclesiastics. Their constitution and ceremonial were ecclesiastical. They were intended, no doubt, to keep the Scotch students at home. They were also expected to serve as bulwarks to the Church against the rising heretics of the times. In this they were a disappointment. The first begotten of them became the cradle of the Reformation. In these, our 3 eldest foundations, we are to seek the primitive constitution and the teaching system of our universities. In essentials they were the same. Only between the dates of Glasgow and old Aberdeen occurred 2 great events. One was the taking of Constantinople, which spread the Greek scholars with their treasures over Europe. The other was the progress of printing. In 1451, when Glasgow commenced, there was no printed textbook. In 1494, when King's College began, the ancient classics had been largely printed. The early editions of Aristotle in our library show the date of 1486. First period, the teaching body. Our universities have 3 well-marked periods. The first anterior to the Reformation. the second from the Reformation to the beginning of last century, the third the last and present centuries. Confining ourselves still to the Faculty of Arts, the features of the pre-Reformation University were these. First, as regards the teaching body. The quadriennial arts course was conducted by so-called regents, who each carried the same students through all the 4 years, thus taking upon himself the burden of all the sciences, a walking encyclopedia. The system was in full force, in spite of attempts to change it, during both the first and the second periods. You, the students of arts, at the present day, encountering in your 4 years 7 faces, 7 voices, 7 repositories of knowledge, need an effort to understand how your predecessors could be cheerful and happy, confined all through to one personality, sometimes juvenile, sometimes senile, often feeble at his best. Aristotle, the basis of the teaching. The subjects taught. Next, as regards the subjects taught. To know these, you have simply to know what are the writings of Aristotle. The little work on him by Sir Alexander Grant supplies the needful information. The records of the Glasgow University furnish the curriculum of arts soon after its foundation. The subjects are laid out in 2 heads, logic and philosophy. The logic comprised first the 3 treatises of the old logic. To these were now added the whole of the works making up Aristotle's Organon. This brought in the syllogism and allied matters. There was also a selection from the work known as the Topics, not now included in logical teaching, yet one of the most remarkable and distinctive of Aristotle's writings. It is a highly laboured account of the whole art of disputation, laid out under his scheme of the predicables. The selection fell chiefly on 2 books, the second comprising what Aristotle had to say on induction, and the 6th on definition, together with the logical captions or fallacies. Disputation was one of the products of the Greek mind, and Aristotle was its prophet. Now for philosophy. This comprised nearly the whole of Aristotle's physical treatises, his very worst side, together with his metaphysics, some parts of which are hardly distinguishable from the physics. Next was the very difficult treatise, De Anima, on the mind or soul, and some allied psychological treatises, as that on memory. Such was the ordinary and sufficing curriculum. It was allowed to be varied with a part of the ethics, but in this age we do not find the politics, and the rhetoric is never mentioned. So also the really valuable biological works of Aristotle, including his book on animals, appear to have been neglected. Certain portions of mathematics always found a place in the curriculum, likewise some work on astronomy, which was one of the quadrivium subjects. All this was given in Latin. Greek was not then known. It was introduced into Scotland in 1534. No classical Latin author is given. The education in Latin was finished at the grammar school. Teaching exclusively in texts. Manner of teaching. Such was the arts faculty of the 15th century. A dreary, single-manned, Aristotelian quadriennium. The position is not completely before us, till we understand farther the manner of working. The pupils could not, as a rule, possess the text of Aristotle. The teacher read and expounded the text for them, but a very large portion of the time was always occupied in dictating or diting notes, which the pupils were examined upon viva voce, their best plan usually beginning to get them by heart, as any one might ask them to repeat passages literally, while perhaps few could examine well upon the meaning. The notes would be selections and abridgments from Aristotle, with the comments of modern writers. The diting system was often complained of as waste of time, but was not discontinued till the third or present University dynasty, and not entirely then, as many of us know. The teaching was thus exclusively text teaching. The teacher had little or nothing to say for himself, at least in the earliest period. He was even restricted in the remarks he might make by way of commentary. He was as nearly as possible a machine. But lastly, to complete the view of the first period, we must add the practice of disputation, of which we shall have a better idea from the records of the next period. This practice was coeval with the Universities. It was the single mode of stimulating the thought of the individual student, the chief antidote to the mechanical teaching by textbooks and dictation. The pre-Reformation period of Aberdeen University was little more than 60 years. For a portion of those years it attained celebrity. In 1541 the town was honoured by a visit from James V, and the University contributed to his entertainment. The somewhat penny-a-lining account is, that there were exercises and disputations in Greek, Latin, and other languages. The official records, however, show that the college at that very time had sunk into a convent and conventual school. Second period, the Reformation. The Reformation introduced the second period, and made important changes. First of all, in the great convulsion of European thought, the ascendancy of Aristotle was shaken. It is enough to mention two incidents in the downfall of the mighty Stagirite. One was the attack on him by the renowned Peter Ramus, in the University of Paris. Our countryman Andrew Melville attended Ramus's lectures, and became the means of introducing his system into Scotland. The other incident is still more notable. The Reformers had to consider their attitude towards Aristotle. At first their opinion was condemnatory. Luther regarded him as a very devil. He was a godless bulwark of the Papists. Melanchthon was also hostile, but he soon perceived that theology would crumble into fanatical dissolution without the co-operation of some philosophy. As yet there was nothing to fall back upon except the pagan systems. Of these Melanchthon was obliged to confess that Aristotle was the least objectionable, and was, moreover, in possession. The plan, therefore, was to accept him as a basis, and fence him round with orthodox emendations. This done, Aristotle, no longer despotic, but as a limited constitutional monarch, had his reign prolonged a century and a half. New subjects introduced by Melville. The modified curriculum. Andrew Melville. The first thing after the Reformation in Scotland was to purge the Universities of the inflexible adherents of the old faith. Then came the question of amending the curriculum, not simply with a view to Protestantism, but for the sake of an enlightened teaching. The right man appeared at the right moment. In 1574, Andrew Melville, then in Geneva, received pressing invitations to come home and take part in the needed reforms. He was immediately made principal of Glasgow University, at that time in a state of utter collapse and ruin. He had matured his plans after consultation with George Buchanan, and they were worthy of a great reformer. He sketched a curriculum, substantially the curriculum of the second University period. The modifications upon the almost exclusive Aristotelianism of the first period were significant. The Greek language was introduced, and Greek classical authors read. The reading in the Roman classics was extended. A textbook on rhetoric accompanied the classical readings. The dialectics of Ramus made the prelude to logic, instead of the 3 treatises of the old logic. The mathematics included Euclid. Geography and cosmography were taken up. Then came a course of moral philosophy on an enlarged basis. With the ethics and politics of Aristotle were combined Cicero's ethical works, and certain dialogues of Plato. Finally, in the physics, Melville still used Aristotle, but along with a more modern treatise. He also gave a view of universal history and chronology. This curriculum, which Melville took upon himself to teach, in order to train future teachers, was the point of departure of the courses in all the universities during the second period. With variations of time and place, the arts course may be described as made up of the Greek and Latin classics, with rhetoric, logic, and dialectics, moral philosophy or ethics, mathematics, physics, and astronomy. The little textbook of rhetoric by Talon or Talaisus was made up of notes from the lectures of Peter Ramus, and used in all our colleges till superseded by the better compilation of the Dutch scholar Gerard John Voss. Melville had to contend with many opponents, among them the sticklers for the infallibility of the Stagirite. Like the German reformers, he had accepted Aristotelianism as a basis, with a similar process of reconciliation. So it was that Aristotle and Calvin were brought to kiss each other. Melville defeated on the Regenting. Attempt to abolish Regenting. Melville's next proposal was all too revolutionary. It consisted in restricting the regents each to a special group of subjects, in fact anticipating our modern professoriate. He actually set up this plan in Glasgow. One regent took Greek and Latin, another, his nephew James Melville, took mathematics, logic, and moral philosophy, a third physics and astronomy. The system went on, in appearance at least, for 50 years. It is only in 1642 that we find the regents given without a specific designation. Why it should have gone on so long and been then dropped, we are not informed. Melville's influence started it in the other universities, but it was defeated in every one from the very outset. After 6 years at Glasgow, he went to St Andrews as Principal and Professor of Divinity, and tried there the same reforms, but the resistance was too great. In spite of a public enactment, the division of labour among the regents was never carried out. Yet such was Melville's authority, that the same enactment was extended to King's College, in a scheme having a remarkable history. The so-called new foundation of Aberdeen University, promulgated in a royal charter of about the year 1581. The Earl Marischal was a chief promoter of the plan of reform comprised in this charter. The division of labour among the regents was most expressly enjoined. The plan fell through, and there was a legal dispute 50 years afterwards as to whether it had ever any legal validity. Charles I was made to express indignation at the idea of reducing the university to a school. We now approach the foundation of Marischal College. The Earl Marischal may have been actuated by the failure of his attempt to reform King's College. At all events, his mind was made up to follow Melville in assigning separate subjects to his regents. The charter is explicit on this head. Yet, in spite of the charter, and in spite of his own presence, the intention was thwarted. The old regenting lasted 160 years. Aristotelian physics too long maintained. Still the curriculum reform was gained. There was indeed one great miss. The year before Marischal College was founded, Galileo had published his work on mechanics, which, taken with what had been accomplished by Archimedes and others, laid the foundations of our modern physics. Copernicus had already published his work on the heavens. It was now time that the Aristotelian physics should be clean swept away. In this whole department Aristotle had made a reign of confusion. He had thrown the subject back, being himself off the rails from first to last. Had there been in Scotland an adviser in this department, like Melville in general literature, or like Napier of Merchiston in pure mathematics. 1/4 of the college teaching might have been reclaimed from utter waste, and a healthy tone of thinking diffused through the remainder. A curious fascination always attached to the study of astronomy, even when there was not much to be said, apart from the unsatisfactory disquisitions of Aristotle. A little book entitled Sacrobosco on the Sphere, containing little more than what we should now teach to boys and girls, along with the globes, was a university textbook throughout Europe for centuries. I was informed by a late King's College professor that the use of the globes was, within his memory, taught in the magistrand class. This would be simply what is termed a survival. Graduation by means of disputes on thesis. System of disputation. Now as to the mode of instruction. There were viva voce examinations upon the notes, such as we can imagine, but the stress was laid on disputations and declamations in various forms. Besides disputing and declaiming on the regular class work before the Regent, we find that in Edinburgh, and I suppose elsewhere, the classes were divided into companies, who met apart, and conferred and debated among themselves daily. The students were occupied, altogether, 6 hours a day. Then the higher classes were frequently pitched against each other. This was a favourite occupation on Saturdays. The doctrines espoused by the leading students became their nicknames. The pass for graduation consisted in the propugning or impugning of questions by each candidate in turn. An elaborate thesis was drawn up by the Regent, giving the heads of his philosophy course. This was accepted by the candidates, signed by them and printed at their expense. Then, on the day of trial, at a long sitting, each candidate stood up and propugned or impugned a portion of the thesis. All were heard in turn, and on the result the degree was conferred. A good many of these theses are preserved in our library. Some of them are very long, 100 pages of close type. They are our best clue to the teaching of the period. We can see how far Aristotle was qualified by modern views. Regenting doomed. I said there might have been times when the students never had the relief of a second face all the 4 years. The exceptions are of importance. First, as regards Marischal College. Within a few years of the foundation, Dr. Duncan Liddell founded the mathematical chair, and thus withdrew from the Regents the subject that most of all needed a specialist. A succession of very able mathematicians sat in this chair. King's College had not the same good fortune. From its foundation it possessed a separate functionary, the humanist or grammarian, but he had also, till 1753, to act as rector of the grammar school. Edinburgh obtained from an early date a mathematical chair, occupied by men of celebrity. There was no other innovation till near the end of the 17th century, when Greek was isolated both in Edinburgh and in Marischal College, but the end of regenting was then near. The old system, however, had some curious writhings. During the troubled 17th century, university reform could not command persistent attention. But after the 1688 revolution, opinions were strongly expressed in favour of the Melville system. The obvious argument was urged that by division of labour each man would be able to master a special subject, and do it justice in teaching. Yet it was replied, that by the continued intercourse, the master knew better the humours, inclinations, and talents of their scholars. To which the answer was, the humours and inclinations of scholars are not so deeply hid, but that in a few weeks they appear. Moreover, it was said the students are more respectful to a master while he is new to them. The final division of subjects took place in Edinburgh in 1708, in Glasgow in 1727, in St. Andrews in 1747. In Marischal College the change was made by a minute of 11th January 1753, but whether from ignorance or from want of grace, the Senatus did not record its satisfaction at having, after a lapse of 5 generations, fulfilled the wishes of the pious founder. In King's College the old system lasted till 1798. This closes the second age of the Universities, and introduces the third age, the age of the Professoriate, of lecturing instead of textbooks, the end of disputation, and the use of the English language. It was now, and not till now, that the Scottish Universities stood forth, in several leading departments of knowledge, as the teachers of the world. Age of the Professoriate. The Universities and the political revolutions. The second age of the Universities was Scotland's most trying time. In 130 years the country had passed through 4 revolutions and counter-revolutions, every one of which told upon the Universities. The victorious party imposed its test upon the University teacher, and drove out recusants. You must all know something of the purging of the University and the Ministry of Aberdeen by the Covenanting General Assembly of 1640. These deposed Aberdeen doctors may have had too strong leanings to episcopacy in the Church and to absolutism in the State, but they were not vicars of Bray. The first half of the century was adorned by a band of scholars who have gained renown by their cultivation of Latin poetry, a little oasis in the desert of Aristotelian dialectics. It would be needless and ungracious to inquire whether this was the best thing that could have been done for the generation of Bishop Patrick Forbes. Your reading in the history of Scotland will thus bring you face to face with the great powers that contended for the mastery from 1560, the monarchy, always striving to be absolute, the Church, whose position made it the advocate of popular freedom, the Universities, fluctuating as regards political liberty, but standing up for intellectual liberty. In the 17th century the Church ruled the Universities. In the 18th it may be said that the Universities returned the compliment. Professional teaching by apprenticeship. Universities not essential for professions. Enough for the past. A word or two on the present. What is now the need for a University system, and what must the system be to answer that need? Many things are altered since the 12th century. First, then, Universities, as I understand them, are not absolutely essential to the teaching of professions. Let me make an extreme supposition. A great naval commander, like Nelson, is sent on board ship at 11 or 12. His previous knowledge, or general training, is what you may suppose for that age. It is in the course of actual service, and in no other way, that he acquires his professional fitness for commanding fleets. Is this right, or is it wrong? Perhaps it is wrong, but it has gone on so for a long time. Well, why may not a preacher be formed on the same plan? John Wesley was not a greater man in preaching than Nelson in seamanship. Take, then, a youth of 13 from the school. Apprentice him to the minister of a parish. Let him make at once preparations for clerical work. Let him store his memory with sermons, let him make abstracts of divinity systems, master the best exegetical commentators. Then, in a year or 2, he would begin to catechize the young, to give addresses in the way of exposition, exhortation, encouragement, and rebuke. Practice would bring facility. Might not, I say, 7 years of the actual work, in the susceptible period of life, make a preacher of no mean power, without the grammar school, without the arts classes, without the divinity hall? What then do we gain by taking such a roundabout approach to our professional work? The answer is twofold. First, as regards the profession itself. Nearly every skilled occupation in our time involves principles and facts that have been investigated and are taught outside the profession. To the medical man are given courses of chemistry, physiology, and so on. Hence, to be completely equipped for your professional work, you must repair to the teachers of those tributary departments of knowledge. The requirement, however, is not absolute. It admits of being evaded. Your professional teachers ought to master these outside subjects, and give you just as much of them as you need, and no more, which would be an obvious economy of your valuable time. Thus, I apprehend, the strictly professional uses of general knowledge fail to justify the grammar school and the arts curriculum. Something, indeed, may still be said for the higher grades of professional excellence, and for introducing improved methods into the practice of the several crafts, for which wider outside studies lend their aid. This, however, is not enough. Inventors are the exception. In fact, the ground must be widened and include, secondly, the life beyond the profession. We are citizens of a self-governed country, members of various smaller societies, heads or members of families. We have, moreover, to carve out creation and enjoyment as the alternative and the reward of our professional toil. Now, the entire tone and character of this life outside the profession is profoundly dependent on the compass of our early studies. He that leaves the school for the shop at 13 is on one platform. He that spends the years from 13 to 20 in acquiring general knowledge is on a totally different platform. He is, in the best sense, an aristocrat. Those that begin work at 13, and those that are born not to work at all, are alike his inferiors. He should be able to spread light all around. He it is that may stand forth before the world as the model man, the graduate as such, the ideal graduate. All this supposes that you realize the position, that you fill up the measure of the opportunities, that you keep in view at once the professional life, the citizen life, and the life of intellectual tastes. The mere professional man, however prosperous, cannot be a power in society, as the arts graduate may become. His leisure occupations are all of a lower stamp. He does not participate in the march of knowledge. He must be aware of his incompetence to judge for himself in the greater questions of our destiny. His part is to be a follower, and not a leader. It is not then the name of graduate that will do all this. It is not a scrape pass. It is not decent mediocrity with a languid interest. It is a fair and even attention throughout, supplemented by auxiliaries to the class work. It is such a hold of the leading subjects, such a mastery of the various alphabets, as will make future references intelligible and a continuation of the study possible. Our curriculum is one of the completest in the country, or perhaps anywhere. By the happy thought of the Senatus of Marischal College in 1753, you have a fundamental class, natural history, not existing in the other colleges. You have a fair representation of the three great lines of science, the abstract, the experimental, and the classifying. When it is a general education that you are thinking of, every scheme of option is imperfect that does not provide for such three-sided cultivation of our reasoning powers. A larger quantity of one will no more serve for the absence of the rest, than a double covering of one part of the body will enable another part to be left bare. Voluntary extension of the basis. Your time in the arts curriculum is not entirely used up by the classes. You can make up for deficiencies in the course, when once you have formed your ideal of completeness. For a year or two after graduating, while still rejoicing in youthful freshness, you can be widening your foundations. The thing then is to possess a good scheme and to abide by it. Now, making every allowance for the variation of tastes and of circumstances, and looking solely to what is desirable for a citizen and a man, it is impossible to refuse the claims of the department of historical and social study. One or two good representative historical periods might be thoroughly mastered in conjunction with the best theoretical compends of social philosophy. The well-instructed man. Farther, the ideal graduate, who is to guide and not follow opinion, should be well versed in all the bearings of the spiritual philosophy of the time. The subject branches out into wide regions, but not wider than you should be capable of following it. This is not a professional study merely, it is the study of a well-instructed man. Once more, a share of attention should be bestowed early on the higher literature of the imagination. As, in after life, poetry and elegant composition are to be counted on as a pleasure and solace, they should be taken up at first as a study. The critical examination of styles, and of authors, which forms an admirable basis of a student's society, should be a work of study and research. The advantages will be many and lasting. To conceive the exact scope and functions of the imagination in art, in science, in religion, and everywhere, will repay the trouble. The arts graduate in literature. Ever since I remember I have been accustomed to hear of the superiority of the arts graduate, in various crafts, more especially as a teacher. Many of you in these days pass into another vocation, letters or the press. Here, too, almost everything you learn will pay you professionally. Still, I am careful not to rest the case for general education on professional grounds alone. I might show you that the highest work of all, original inquiry, needs a broad basis of liberal study, or at all events is vastly aided by that. Genius will work on even a narrow basis, but imperfect preparatory study leaves marks of imperfection in the product. The same considerations that determine your voluntary studies determine also the university ideal. A university, in my view, stands or falls with its arts faculty. Without debating the details, we may say that this faculty should always be representative of the needs of our intelligence, both for the professional and for the extra-professional life. It should not be of the shoppy. The university exists because the professions would stagnate without it, and still more because it may be a means of enlarging knowledge at all points. Its watchword is progress. We have, at last, the division of labor in teaching. Outside the university, teachers too much resemble the regent of old, having too many subjects, and too much time spent in grinding. Our teachers are exactly the reverse. Yet there cannot be progress without a sincere and single eye to the truth. The fatal sterility of the Middle Ages, and of our first and second university periods, had to do with the mistake of gagging men's mouths, and dictating all their conclusions. Things came to be so arranged that contradictory views ran side by side, like opposing electric currents, the thick wrappage of ingenious phraseology arresting the destructive discharge. There was, indeed, an elaborate and pretentious logic, supplied by Aristotle, and amended by Bacon. What was still wanted was a taste of the logic of freedom. End of the University Ideal, Past and Present, by Alexander Bain. Recorded by Bev Stevens.